In the small town of Peru, Indiana, few couples generated more gossip than attorney Jim Grund and his wife, Susan.
Jim and his trophy wife was the perception people had of him.
Susan certainly looked the part.
Susan had the boobs to hilt and the high heels.
And in a town like Peru, it was perhaps inevitable the two ended up together.
He enjoyed the finer things in life, was known to like a cocktail, cute girls.
There was an instant attraction.
He found her quite exciting.
But when Jim Grund is shot dead in August of 1992, authorities find themselves asking, had the former prosecutor strayed too close to the edge?
Authorities looked into people that Jim had put away as a prosecutor.
Or had Jim and Susan's instant attraction turned fatal? Like many mothers, Susan Grund spent the evening of August 3rd, 1992, hauling kids around. Son Jacob was spending the night at a campground with friends. Meanwhile, with her big brother gone, daughter Tanel was hosting a sleepover for her cousin.
Susan Grund walked into the house after having brought the girls home, walked in, thought that her husband initially was asleep.
When I called out, he didn't respond.
It was late, and Jim had been out to dinner with his brother-in-law, Fred.
So I thought, well, maybe they had one too many to drink. Sometimes when he would go meet Fred, they would drink a little bit.
I'd asked Mom if I could kiss Dad goodnight, and she didn't want me to because she said he was sleeping.
Susan sat the 7-year-olds down in front of the TV. Then she went upstairs where Jim Grund was sprawled out on a couch in the couple's bedroom. But he wasn't asleep or drunk.
The next thing we heard was Mom crying upstairs.
He'd been shot.
The bullet has traveled through his eye, through his brain, out the back of his head and into the sofa.
A prominent attorney shot dead in his own bedroom. The crime left police scrambling for a suspect.
He was a prosecutor. He was an attorney. He probably had a lot of enemies.
But had the killer come from Jim's past or Susan's? Jim Grund first met Susan on a blind date in June of 1984. But he wasn't blind for long. He knew right away that Susan came with baggage.
Had a lot of past and a lot of baggage. So I actually went overboard in telling him everything about me.
Originally from Peru, Indiana, Susan had left home in 1975. Only 17, she'd run off to Oklahoma with her first husband, Ronnie Lovell.
He played in a band, and he was just exciting.
If you're a rock and roller, you're supposed to have pretty women hanging on your shoulder, and Susie fit the bill.
Ronnie wasn't the only shoulder Susan had hung on to in those days either.
Infidelity was commonplace among all the bands. We just traveled the circuit and we slept the circuit.
Susan and Ronnie divorced in 1979. A second short marriage to a construction worker named Gary Campbell produced a son named Jacob.
We decided to get a divorce, and she gained custody of my son.
By 1982, Susan had remarried, but that marriage, her third, ended when Susan was accused of beating her stepson. The boy's father filed for divorce, and Susan faced criminal charges. Although in the end, prosecutors cut a deal and allowed her to plead no contest.
The prosecution, it seems, didn't feel that they had a strong enough case.
Susan received probation for the child abuse charge. However, the charges did cost Susan custody of her son.
One day I got a call from the DHS office, and they had said they took my son Jacob away from Susan.
In the summer of 1984, Jacob went to live with his father, and Susan went back home to Peru. She was broke, alone, and pregnant.
After she had left her third husband, she'd had a brief relationship with another man.
All of her resources were exhausted. She doesn't have a husband. She's been essentially found guilty of child beating. So the only thing to do is to return home and regroup.
And within weeks of arriving, a chance encounter would set Susan on a path for Peru's social pinnacle.
Suddenly, through a friend, comes the offer of a blind date.
A recently divorced attorney and single dad named Jim Grund sounded like a hot prospect.
Jimmy was a third-generation lawyer.
She called me and told me she met Jim, and she was just so excited about him, and Jim was a wonderful man.
Jim was bigger than life, just a brilliant attorney.
Jim was 10 years Susan's senior, but he didn't act like it.
Jim liked to live on the edge. He flew airplanes. Jim liked to ski. He was pretty good at partying at times.
He enjoyed the finer things in life, was known to like a cocktail, cute girls.
The blind date with Susan had started out as a joke on the part of Jimmy's friends.
They're telling Jimmy she's pretty hot. What Jim didn't know is that this attractive lady was pregnant.
But when the pair met, the supposed joke backfired.
He didn't stop looking at me or talking to me the entire evening. So we knew that there was an instant attraction upon first meeting.
The attraction was mutual.
When I placed my hand in his, it was just there, immediately when we looked at each other.
Soon they were dating. And by the time Susan's daughter Tanel was born in October, things were turning serious.
He was running around looking like a proud papa when Tanel come into this world.
Barely a month later, he officially became Tanel's stepfather.
Jim called my mother and told her that they had gone to Florida and gotten married.
We had a beautiful wedding out on the water, and we honeymooned there in Florida. We just traveled around the Keys.
By the end of the year, Jim and Susan were back in Peru, where she soon settled into life as the wife of a prominent attorney.
Susan became a part of Jim's lifestyle of having a nice place to live, nice cars to drive, nice people on a higher level to go out with, have dinner with. Really, it was Jim inviting her into his life and family, and her sharing those benefits.
Jim's family wasn't quite so welcoming, particularly his teenage son, David.
As with any child, when their parents are divorced, he wasn't real accepting of the relationship.
People around Peru couldn't help but notice the difference in Jim and Susan's ages either.
Jim and his trophy wife was the perception people had of him. I don't think many of the wives cared a lot for Susan.
Susan turning their husbands' heads didn't help either.
She had the boobs to hilt and the high heels. She would dress in all these frilly outfits, very revealing. No matter where she was the center of attention, and she made sure that she was.
Jim and Susan were also as close as Peru came to jet-setters, even if Jim's plane was only a Cessna. And the couple made frequent flights to Oklahoma to see Susan's son.
Him and my mother would fly down and come get me, and I made several trips back and forth from Peru to Oklahoma.
But did Jim know why Susan had lost custody of her son? According to his friend Bruce Embry, he did.
Jim did know about it. If Jim was satisfied with her, I wasn't going to delve into it to any great extent.
So on one visit to Oklahoma, Jim made a proposition to Gary Campbell, the boy's father.
Jim suggested to Gary that we could take care and regain custody of Jacob, and he wouldn't have that burden on him anymore.
Campbell agreed and signed the paperwork Jim had drawn up. Although according to Campbell, he was also under the mistaken impression that the arrangement was temporary.
After that year was up and I was well on my feet and I was trying to get my son back, well, they had changed his name and there's nothing I could do about it.
Jim formally adopted Jacob. His relationship with his biological children, on the other hand, had become increasingly strained on account of Susan. The teenagers were less than pleased with their new stepmother.
We always laughed because they called her the step monster.
David Grund, in particular, appeared to be especially upset by the way his father carried on with Susan.
They were huggy, she would come over and sit on his lap, and sometimes it was a little much for us to take.
The man just doted on me. I felt like a princess all the time.
Jim also spoiled his two stepchildren.
Life was really good in Peru. We never wanted for anything.
Dad always gave me whatever I wanted.
Susan gave herself pretty much whatever she wanted, too.
She liked to be high fashion.
Every time we went out together as couples, I always felt very inferior because she had all these glamorous outfits.
Jim certainly appreciated how his wife looked, but he was less thrilled about how much she spent.
There was a few occasions that I seen Jim and Susan fight. I believe it was over money because she was spending too much.
Susan's spending wasn't all the couple fought over either.
Susan was known to be flirty and perhaps even a bit sleazy.
But did she do more than flirt? The gossips around Peru certainly thought so.
It's been rumored that she has had affairs with lawyers, doctors, very influential people that were very close with Jimmy.
By 1992, fights between Susan and Jim had become a regular occurrence, and there were signs that their marriage was coming apart.
There was an incident where they were fighting, and she made me help her move stuff down to the basement, and she asked me, how would you feel if Jim and I got a divorce?
The last blow-up between Jim and Susan came at the end of July, during a family vacation to Alaska.
I don't know what the fight was about, but my mother was yelling, and she told us, pack your bags, we're flying back home.
Jacob and Tanel did as their mother told them. By the time they were packed, however, Susan had calmed down. The family flew back home as planned together. But Susan and Jim's days at the pinnacle of Peru's jet set were numbered. 2 nights later, during her daughter's sleepover, Susan Grund walked into her bedroom and saw her husband sprawled upon a sofa.
He's relaxed. He's laying as if napping or asleep.
She shook him, trying to wake him up. And all she said she noticed was on one side of his mouth was light little drop of blood.
Susan dialed 911. But when the paramedics arrived, it quickly became obvious that Jim Grund wouldn't be going to the hospital.
They told me they had to take him, and I didn't want him to. They told me it was too late.
Coming up, was the killer someone Jim put away?
I had a conversation with the sheriff about a young man that came to mind.
Or was it someone he took in?
It went as far as them looking in my locker for a gun.
A little before midnight on August 3rd, 1992, paramedics arrived at the Peru, Indiana home of Jim and Susan Grund. Moments earlier, Susan had called 911 and reported finding her husband, a prominent local attorney, unconscious on the sofa.
From a distance, he looks fine and appeared to be napping or at rest.
But Jim Grund wasn't napping. He was dead, killed by a gunshot to his left eye.
The bullet has traveled through his eye, through his brain, out the back of his head and into the sofa. And there's no reviving him.
And when the first police arrived on the scene moments later, word of Jim's death quickly spread throughout the small town. Bruce Embry, Jim's friend and a county judge, was among the first to hear.
I got a call from Will Siders, who's the prosecuting attorney, saying that he was at Jim Grund's house and there was a need for the execution of warrants. That's what's going on.
Informed of Jim's death, Embry headed to what was already becoming a crowded crime scene.
There were a lot of people that had no relevance to a crime scene investigation. Family, business associates, civic leaders that were there that just did not need to be there.
Jim was so closely connected to the county's legal authorities, in fact, that the Indiana State Police quickly stepped in and took the lead in the investigation.
Detective Bob Brinson from the Indiana State Police exhibited his authority over Miami County and over Peru Police to take control of the crime scene.
Out of an abundance of caution, the prosecutor wanted warrants before they searched anything in the house. So in the garage, we took testimony under oath, tape recorded it, and I issued warrants for the search of parts of the house.
Investigators also tried to take a statement from Susan, but she appeared to be so shaken by the discovery of her husband's dead body that she had little to offer.
And there I was, all by myself with 2 small children, and my husband is dead. Everything becomes just horribly, just frantic at that point.
She just kept saying that she didn't know how this could happen or didn't know who could have done this.
Police didn't know either, but a quick search of the bedroom suggested an intruder.
There were drawers that were pulled open in their bedroom, and clothes were kind of all messed up.
If an intruder had shot Jim Grund, however, police were unable to determine how he or she had gotten into the bedroom.
Police first looked for any point of forced entry: garage, house, front door, back door, and found none. So it was puzzling to them how someone could have come in and done this.
Had a door been left unlocked? If so, police were still left wondering who could have harbored a grudge against Jim Grund.
Authorities looked into people that Jim had put away as a prosecutor. They didn't find anyone that fit the profile or could have been there.
Running out of candidates for an intruder, police began to ponder another possibility. Was there no forced entry because the killer didn't need to break in? On the morning of August 4th, investigators started taking a closer look at the Grund family, starting with Jim's widow.
I went to the police station to answer questions, to tell them exactly what everyone had done all day long and anything that I could offer to help.
Then she mentioned something else, something that caught the investigators' attention. Susan suggested that police take a closer look at her stepson.
David and his father argued all the time. They never had a meeting where something didn't happen.
Did David have a motive to kill his father? Did he have the means? A quick check of state records revealed that the 21-year-old had recently acquired a 9mm handgun. Odder still, he'd reported it stolen just 1 month before his father's death.
On the 4th of July, 1992, David Grund reports that his apartment's been broken into and that his gun has been stolen.
Brought in for questioning, David had a ready explanation. He told police his father had known all about the gun and the subsequent theft.
He had told his dad, Jimmy, that he had gotten a handgun and the permit would probably come to their house. And he told his dad, will you let me know when
Susan, who brought it by the apartment.
Susan took the permit, went out to David's house the afternoon of July the 4th and said, hey, your gun permit came to the house. Let me see. Can I see the gun?
David told police he'd taken the pistol out of a dresser drawer, shown it to his stepmother, and then returned it to its hiding place.
When David and his girlfriend got home that evening, the house had been broken into, the screen was slit, the gun was gone.
Which one of the Grunds was telling the truth? Was Susan trying to divert attention from herself? Or was David trying to steer police back towards his stepmother? Only one thing was certain. David's information sent police on a frantic search for the murder weapon.
They even had helicopters involved with some kind of metal detectors looking for the gun. They looked in the river, they looked everywhere they could think of to look.
It even went as far as them looking for a gun in my locker or my book bag.
While police searched for the murder weapon, Peru was pondering the bigger question: whose finger had been on the trigger?
The buzz around Peru and Miami County was, she did it. That's what people were saying in restaurants and cafes and after hours at the bars.
At Jim's standing room only funeral on August 6th, no one came right out and accused Susan of murder. But she got the message regardless.
There was a visitation line for the Grunds, and there was a line for her, and no one was in her line. Because at that point, everybody in town already formed their opinion.
The police, however, weren't so sure.
They questioned David extensively.
Determined to find his father's killer and clear himself in the process, David cooperated with the investigation.
He told them where he had fired the gun. They dug the slugs out of whatever it was, telephone pole, wherever he had fired it.
The slugs, along with the fatal one recovered from Jim and Susan's bedroom sofa, were sent to the crime lab for comparison. While the authorities waited for the results, they started digging into Susan's past. One thing immediately jumped out at them: Susan's child abuse charge from 10 years earlier.
As I read the file, I realized this child had been abused very extensively.
Susan had pled no contest, and even if she was capable of child abuse, Indiana authorities would need more evidence to prove she was capable of murder. On August 12th, the state crime lab confirmed that Jim Grund had been killed by his son's gun.
The police lab was able to match those slugs with the slug that killed Jim Grund.
And as David had already told police, Susan knew where he'd kept the gun. In fact, he'd shown it to her only hours before it had allegedly been stolen from his apartment. But did that mean Susan had shot Jim? Or was her stepson setting her up?
I never thought I would be a suspect. I thought that David would be implicated. It was highly suspicious that he bought the gun, and within a matter of weeks, he reports it stolen.
Coming up, will police find the missing gun? And if so, where?
Susan calls her sister and asks her, did they find it?
For years, Susan Grund had been the hot topic for gossip in the small town of Peru, Indiana. Married to the town's most prominent attorney, a man 10 years her senior, Susan's flirty ways and rumored affairs had kept Peru buzzing. And the buzz only intensified when Jim Grund was found shot dead in his own bedroom.
There were so many fingers pointing towards Susan.
They were on a witch hunt for me. They didn't even try to camouflage it.
By the end of the month, the accusing look she got all over town had become too much to bear.
Mother told me she was going to kill herself because she couldn't take the pressure anymore.
Susan loaded her children, Jacob and Tanel, into the car and drove to her mother's house 4 hours away in Vincennes, Indiana. Settling in temporarily, Susan hired a probate attorney and prepared to battle her stepchildren over their father's will. Jim Grund had amended the document less than a month before his death, and he'd apparently done it at Susan's request.
Jacob had not been in the prior will that he had written, only Tanel was in there.
And Jim, according to his sister Jane Allen, made the changes begrudgingly. The marriage was in trouble, torn apart by frequent arguments over finances and infidelity. But Jim didn't want Susan's constant nagging about the matter to sour their Alaska trip.
When he rewrote the will at the law office, the secretary said, "Are you sure you know what this will is reading?" And he said, "Yeah, I know. She wants me to change it before this trip to Alaska, and when we return, I will change it back."
Jim Grund never had the chance to undo the changes to his will. He was dead within days of returning from Alaska. Was the timing mere coincidence? His family didn't think so.
She could take off with the money, live happily ever after, and go find husband number 5.
Was that Susan's plan? Peru police soon had reason to think so. On November 2nd, 1992, Susan's sister Darlene contacted the authorities with a crucial piece of evidence. It was a conversation she'd had with her sister shortly after Susan had moved to Vincennes.
Darlene was living in their house in Peru. Susan had asked her to go to the house and protect it while she was gone.
But when Indiana State Police showed up one day with a warrant, there was little Darlene could do to stop them. She did, however, get word of the search to Susan.
Susan calls her sister and asks her, did they find it? She says, what do you mean? And she says, the gun.
That wasn't the end of Darlene's story either. To Susan's relief, Darlene had told her the police left empty-handed. And that's when, according to Darlene, Susan's behavior became even more suspicious. Within hours, Susan had rushed back to the house in Peru. And she'd come, according to her sister, for the gun that police had failed to find.
There'd been a feverish search for the weapon itself all over the house, and they missed it.
But little did they know, the gun had been hidden in the house the whole time.
The weapon was actually hidden by Susan Grund in a teddy bear at her and her husband's house in Peru.
Susan retrieved the teddy bear, and then the sisters had driven back to Vincennes together. Darlene said she never actually saw the gun, but during the drive, according to Darlene, Susan had explained what was going on.
Susan's in the car with Darlene and confesses to her that she shot Jim.
Of course, being Susan's sister, the poor thing, she didn't know what to do with the information.
Darlene said that after 2 agonizing months, she decided to come forward and betray her sister's trust. Now the challenge for investigators was, if Susan had confided in Darlene once, would she do it again? And could they get it on tape?
The police wired Darlene, and they went down to Vincennes.
With police listening in, Darlene dropped by her mother's and confronted her sister about the shooting. But this time, Susan not only denied killing Jim, she denied ever confessing in the first place.
I said, I don't know why you're saying this. So why are you saying this? Because I didn't say that to her.
One of the sisters was lying, and the Indiana State Police were pretty sure they knew which one. On November 2nd, they presented an Indiana judge with Darlene's statement about Susan's alleged confession, David's missing gun, and the changing of Jim's will. At 4:30 a.m. the next morning, fresh off the judge's desk, the police were back in Vincennes with the warrant for Susan Grund's arrest.
Mom and I shared the same room, and I was sleeping, and I just remember policemen barging into the room, and they took her.
4 hours later, she was back in Peru, being booked on first-degree murder charges.
It was 3 months almost to the day. We were very sure that she had done it, and that was the break that they needed.
But would it be enough? The attempt to back it up with a taped confession had failed, but there was still one piece of evidence that could confirm Darlene's account. While Susan was settling into the Miami County Jail, investigators in Vincennes searched her mother's house for David's missing 9mm.
They tore the house apart looking for a gun.
They didn't find the gun, or the teddy bear Susan had supposedly hidden it in. And the lack of a murder weapon wasn't the only hurdle standing in the state's way as Susan's trial approached. Susan's lawyer, Charlie Scruggs, filed for a change of venue, arguing Susan couldn't get a fair trial in Peru, where the Grunds had been prominent attorneys for generations. The motion succeeded, but only partially. The trial would take place in Peru, but before an outside judge and jury.
And the jurors were drawn from Warsaw, which is 20, 30 miles away from Peru. So there was some detachment there.
Would it be the break Susan needed? After all, other than her sister's statement and a wiretap conversation that proved fruitless, the case against her was largely circumstantial.
Based on motive and the statements of her sister, law enforcement have enough to make a case against Susan and bring her to trial, but they don't yet have the murder weapon.
Then, in August of 1993, with her trial scheduled to begin in little more than a month, a second member of Susan's family contacted the state police. This time, it was Susan's own mother.
Susan's mother, Nellie Sanders, finds this old wash tub that has been around for some time.
The tub, as Nellie Sanders told police, had gone missing almost a year earlier when Susan moved in after Jim's death.
Nellie had asked Susan what happened to that big heirloom, and Susan told her, oh, it was old and ugly, and I just threw it away.
Therefore, as Susan's mother explained to police, she'd been surprised to find the tub in her attic nearly a year later.
There at the top of the steps was this big old family heirloom pot.
Odder still was what she had found in it. The tub was filled to the brim with concrete. Thinking something was peculiar, Nellie picked up the phone and called the police. And as soon as the conversation was finished, detectives drove out to Vincennes to investigate the find.
When they break open the cement, they find a handgun.
Not just any gun either.
When they clean the handgun and can read the serial numbers on it, they find that it is the gun that was stolen from David Grund's apartment.
Coming up, Susan's testimony raises new questions. Had she hidden the gun to protect herself or the true killer?
Jim had gone on a trip, and while he was gone, we went out dancing and drinking, and it began that night.
On the morning of September 27, 1993, Susan Grund walked into a Peru, Indiana courtroom to stand trial for her husband's murder. As usual, she turned quite a few heads, but this time the crowd in the courtroom did a double take.
She essentially dressed like a very conservative librarian or widow in black, very dressed down for her persona, and it was quite unexpected.
Prosecutor Will Sider's opening statement, on the other hand, focused on Susan's usual personal appearance, the over-the-top trophy wife Peru was used to. He described the defendant as a woman unwilling to give up the flashy clothes and fancy lifestyle she enjoyed as a lawyer's wife.
Prosecutor's theory was that her husband was going to file for divorce soon, that she was afraid of losing financial benefits of being married to him, and that she had financial benefits to gain by killing him.
But was Susan the only person with a motive to murder Jim? According to the defense's open, Jim's son David had a motive.
The theory of defense was he had motive to commit the offense, or at the very least to lie about her involvement.
And the reason the defense gave stunned the entire courtroom. David wasn't just Susan's stepson. According to the defense, the 23-year-old had also been her lover.
Susan, in her own defense, put David forward not only as a suspect, but as someone that had had an affair with her.
The Grunds almost had a heart attack. I really think so. They were like, oh, no, 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 no.
Had David Grund killed his father in a jealous rage? And when the police started asking questions, did he point the finger at his stepmother as a diversion? Prosecutors discounted the possibility, showing Susan had plenty of opportunity to commit the crime. That afternoon, during testimony from Indiana State Police investigators, they presented jurors with an elaborate timeline tracking Susan's movements the evening of the murder. Shuttling Jacob to a campsite, coming back home, only to leave again to pick up her daughter and niece for a sleepover back at the house.
They were trying to track her whereabouts down to the minute.
Her 2 trips, according to the prosecution, had left Susan enough time to slip home and shoot Jim.
The state argued that Susan Grund had sufficient time to get from where she had dropped the kids off out to her and her husband's home, commit the act, and then get back to where the kids were.
Prosecutors also claimed that Susan had access to the murder weapon. Calling her stepson David to the stand, he testified that he'd shown Susan the 9mm handgun just hours before it went missing on July 4th, 1992.
His testimony was important to the state because it established Susan Grund had knowledge of where the handgun was located in his home.
But was it the truth? During cross-examination, Susan's attorney questioned her stepson about the alleged affair.
David Grund denied any type of intimate relationship with Susan Grund.
It was, according to Susan, a lie.
David Grund got on the stand and thought he was Bill Clinton, and I knew exactly how Hillary Clinton felt, or Monica Lewinsky felt too, when she was sitting there listening to somebody deny something. If you're denying something that adamantly, if you're lying about it, you're hiding something.
But if David was lying and he was the shooter, how did his gun get to Susan's mother's house? On September 29th, Nellie Sanders, Susan's mother, took the stand and told her story about the tub full of concrete in her attic. The tub where, according to the prosecutors, Susan had hidden the murder weapon beneath a layer of concrete.
You could see in her the anguish of telling it and getting it out.
The same was true the next day when Susan's sister Darlene took the stand.
Darlene was nervous and quiet, but you could get the sense that she knew the facts and knew that they needed to come out.
And the facts, as Darlene told them, were damning.
She told us Susan had talked about the killing and that she needed help in moving the gun.
It was devastating to sit there and watch Darlene saying I confessed to her.
Susan had reason to be devastated. Not only were her mother and sister's statements strong evidence for the prosecution, they'd also led police to the missing gun.
There are two family members that are the least likely people in the world to make up anything. They don't want Susan to be guilty.
With her own family testifying for the prosecution, Susan had few people to turn to. When the defense started presenting its case later that afternoon, Charlie Scruggs called Susan to the stand.
He didn't call any defense witnesses. It was just her up there by herself.
In tears, she described finding Jim's dead body. But it wasn't all she claimed she'd found that night.
I looked down, and there by his hand is the gun. Not knowing what it was, what was going on, I grabbed up the gun and the phone at the same time to call for help.
But before the police arrived, Susan said she'd realized who the pistol belonged to. Panicking, she'd hidden it.
I honestly thought I was protecting David.
Next, Susan admitted that the rumors around town were true. She did sleep around.
I did. I had other affairs over a course of several years, possibly.
And she claimed her affair with David had started one night while his father was out of town.
He took a yearly trip to Canada to go fishing. And while he was gone, we went out dancing and drinking, and it began that night.
And it continued for about 2 years, according to Susan, up until the time Jim was murdered.
She painted a very believable tale of passion and clandestine meetings and lovemaking.
But would the jury believe it? Were Susan and her stepson having a torrid affair? Could David have killed his father out of jealousy? And did that explain why Susan had hidden his gun? On September 30th, the jurors retired to consider a verdict. Several hours later, at 1:30 a.m., they returned to the courtroom. But they didn't return with a verdict. Instead, they announced they were deadlocked.
It's a late hour, and you really don't expect anything to come back other than guilty. So hopelessly deadlocked was really kind of a surprise.
Susan would soon face a second trial, and this time around she felt hopeful she would be able to convince an entire jury of her innocence.
In your mind, you want to think that they really won't find you guilty for something that you didn't do.
Susan would have plenty of time to think. She spent 5 months in jail awaiting her second trial. When proceedings started on March 7, 1994, in front of another out-of-town jury, the prosecution's case was essentially a repeat performance.
The state said, given the motive, given the opportunity, and then finally, given the fact that the weapon was found in her residence, those were all circumstances pointing to her guilty.
But when it was the defense's turn, the case took a very different course.
The judge made her refrain from saying a lot of the things that she wanted to say. They told her that she couldn't.
They wouldn't let me speak to the jury as I had the first time.
One thing in particular was strictly off limits. Although Susan did take the stand, she didn't make any mention of her alleged affair with David. And why not? According to Susan, her lawyer advised against it, caving under pressure from Jim's influential family.
I watched the Grunds close ranks in around their wayward grandson.
They just wasn't going to allow it.
Or was there another, easier explanation?
It's simply not true. It's too outlandish to be messing around with his older stepmother. It just doesn't make sense.
Whatever the reason, the change in Susan's testimony did make a difference. On March 16th, the jury found Susan Grund guilty of first-degree murder.
Everyone was just very elated. I mean, county police, prosecutors, lawyers from everywhere that knew Jimmy.
Coming up, the judicial system has one more surprise in store for Susan.
Everything about Susan's past was not fair game until sentencing.
April 15th, 1994. A month after she'd been convicted of murdering her husband, Jim, Susan Grund was once again seated in a Peru, Indiana courtroom. It was the same courtroom Jim Grund had practiced law in as a prosecutor and defense attorney.
Jim Grund worked hard for his community and was a key player in the community.
And it was Jim's prominent position in Peru that, according to friend Bruce Embry, attracted Susan in the first place.
She wanted to be things that she was not, and she relished the role of being the wife of a lawyer.
It was a role Susan had lucked into 10 years earlier when she'd arrived in Peru broke, pregnant, and alone. But as Peru learned that afternoon at her sentencing hearing, those weren't the only reasons Susan had returned home.
Everything about Susan's past, for the most part, was not fair game until sentencing.
Jim Grund had known all about Susan's legal trouble back in Oklahoma, but it was only after she'd been convicted of his murder that the jury learned of Susan's record.
We as observers and the jury learned she had pled no contest to the severe beating of a stepchild.
The son of her third husband never recovered from the injuries he'd received at Susan's hands.
The ambulance and stuff had to come, and it just seemed like he wasn't right after that.
Susan had fared better, receiving only probation for the offense. But there'd be no escape this time. That afternoon, after receiving the jury's recommendation, the judge sentenced Susan to 60 years in prison.
The presumptive sentence at the time was 40 years. 20 could be added for aggravating circumstances, and the judge gave her the maximum sentence based on the prior felony conviction and the brutality of it.
Although according to son Jacob, despite pleading no contest, Susan has never admitted guilt in regards to the old child abuse charge. Barely more than a toddler when he witnessed his stepbrother's beating, Jacob recalls once asking his mother about it.
Years down the road, I told her that I remembered this stuff.
At the time, according to her son, Susan denied the beating ever occurred.
She told me that he was a very clumsy boy. I know all boys are clumsy, but these were bad.
Today, after serving over a decade in prison for murder, she still denies shooting her husband.
I did not kill my husband. I'm not saying that I didn't do wrong when I hid the gun. That was wrong. But while I'm sitting in prison, somebody's out there free.
It started as an unusual romance between one young woman and 3 older men.
She appeared to be engaged to 3 guys at the same time.
They all knew about one another, yet they were in close proximity to one another.
Eventually, the tangled relationship would come unraveled. None of the fiancés ever said, "I do." But one would be found dead in the Alaskan wilderness.
It was basically an execution.
Had the 3-way rivalry turned deadly? An answer would take almost 10 years to uncover, and in a surprising twist, depend largely upon the dead man's own words. On May 13, 2005, 2 cold case investigators from Alaska rang the doorbell of an upscale suburban home outside Olympia, Washington.
It's just what you would call, I guess an average all-American street. Nice houses, nice yards and gardens.
They'd come looking for a woman named Michelle Linehan.
Michelle was a doctor's wife, an educated woman. She has a master's degree in public administration. They had a daughter together. She was this PTA mom.
She worked for the Washington State Executive Ethics Board, the watchdog group that investigated ethics complaints against state workers.
The Michelle the detectives had come to question was very different from the doctor's wife who invited them in for coffee that afternoon. In another life a decade earlier, she had been a stripper in Anchorage, Alaska.
She was once topless dancing, mixed up with a lot of guys.
Just by talking and just by flirting, she could make thousands in a night.
It just came easily to her. She was just a very good actress.
Not only was this suburban PTA mom a former exotic dancer, she was also at the center of a 9-year-old murder investigation. A decade before detectives knocked on Michelle Linehan's front door, Michelle Hughes had been living in Alaska. A Louisiana native, she'd made the move north in 1994.
She went with some friends and just fell totally in love with the place. She loved the outdoors. She loves animals. It was a breathtaking experience for her.
But for all Michelle's love of the outdoors, she earned her living indoors at an Anchorage strip club called the Great Alaskan Bush Company.
It's the classiest, I would say, of the strip clubs in town, definitely.
She was quite successful, perhaps the most successful dancer at the Bush Company.
Michelle was so successful that it only took her a few months to earn a down payment for a house. Not bad, considering that according to co-worker Laura Aspiotis, Michelle wasn't much for dancing on stage.
Table dancing, she didn't do much of that either, because mostly what she did was sit and talk. I mean, she was very good at that.
And one night in October of 1994, she ended up talking to a man named Kent Leppink. Another recent transplant from the lower 48. He'd come to Alaska to take up commercial fishing.
He loved the out of doors. He always loved hunting. He loved fishing. And he was good at it.
Kent quickly became one of Michelle's best customers.
Kent's parents had loaned him quite a bit of money. He spent a lot of it on Michelle.
By November, they were talking marriage. He gave her a ring, actually gave her an engagement ring.
Kent moved into Michelle's house, despite the fact that she was also seeing and secretly engaged to another man, a salesman named Scott Hilke. Like Kent, Michelle had met him at the Bush Company.
He traveled quite a bit, and they dated on and off.
And when he wasn't traveling, Scott stayed with Michelle and Kent. But Kent didn't appear to be concerned with the arrangement.
Michelle told him that Scott was gay and that he didn't have to worry about Scott.
Likewise, Michelle told Scott that Kent was gay. And once Michelle met John Carlin III, things would get even more complicated. A widower from New Jersey, John and his teenage son had come to Alaska in 1994. Not long after, in June of '95, he met Michelle Hughes at the Bush Company.
She came by his table and introduced herself, and they became acquainted.
By the end of the evening, Michelle and John were becoming well acquainted.
I said, I'm going with my friend to Amsterdam. And she said, oh, I always wanted to go to Amsterdam. And being a guy, I said, no problem. You want to go? I thought she'd say no, and she didn't.
By August of that year, he was taking her to Europe with him.
And when her house was being remodeled in November of '95, John invited Michelle to move in.
I said, that's fine. You know why your house is being fixed.
Kent moved in too. The unusual living arrangements started to sound like something out of a Hollywood sitcom.
I said, sort of like Jack Tripper, just sort of opposite of the Three's Company thing.
Only instead of Three's Company, it was 5.
Kent Leppink stayed there too. Scott Hilke, when he came into town, also stayed there. Sometimes 3 of them in the same house, and John Carlin's son as well.
That was kind of an unusual family unit, if I can use that word.
Holding it all together was Michelle, who also became a surrogate mother to John's teenage son.
She thought it was her place to be a mother to this child who had not that long ago lost his own mother.
She was someone who cared deeply for him. She was someone that he could talk to.
In return, the boy's father cared quite a bit for Michelle.
John gave her a fur coat He put a lot of cash into her house.
And that Christmas, John also presented Michelle with an engagement ring.
John proposed to Michelle during a brief window of opportunity when she had supposedly broken up with Mr. Hilke.
The breakup came at the end of 1995, when work took Hilke back home to California.
He ended up leaving Alaska very late 1995, very early 1996.
Kent Leppink was still in the picture, although John didn't consider Kent serious competition.
When she's with John, she was very affectionate with them, and there's a lot of physical contact. When she's with Kent, she wasn't affectionate with him.
Kent, however, was undeterred by Michelle's indifference.
For some reason, he was totally head over heels in love with her.
His obsession and his feelings were so strong for Michelle that probably what was going on with him was some kind of denial.
In the spring of 1996, after a short breakup, Scott Hilke was back in Michelle Hughes' life. Scott wasn't, however, back in Alaska.
Michelle, every 2 weeks, was spending 2 weeks in California with Scott. And she was just constantly flying down there.
When she wasn't off with Scott, she continued to live with John.
I think John was pretty astute and aware of the situation.
Kent, on the other hand, wasn't. Still living at John's house and undeterred by his fiance's frequent trips to California, he continued to make wedding plans.
He calls his mother in February of 1996 and says, "Mom, guess what? Michelle has agreed and we're going to set dates."
What Kent shared with me was she wanted a different life. She wanted a home. She wanted a family.
In fact, Kent and Michelle had already started combining their lives. They set up a joint checking account. Kent rewrote his will, leaving everything to her, and they even took out life insurance policies, naming each other as the beneficiary.
I was there the day that they actually went out and got it. And Michelle was really upset. Kent had asked her if he could be the beneficiary of her life insurance policy. And she didn't like that at all.
Kent's parents, when he told them about the policies, weren't crazy about them either. They particularly objected to the amount of his policy, $1 million.
I said, "Kent, this is just nuts. Let's just cancel it and then move on."
Kent's older brother Craig was even more blunt about it. The $1 million policy wasn't just crazy, it was dangerous.
Craig said, Kent, you're walking around with a bullseye drawn on your back.
And as spring slipped by with no firm plans for the wedding, Kent's family became more and more concerned. On April 26, 1996, Kent's dad arrived in Anchorage on a mission.
He came up from the lower 48 to visit Kent to try to figure out what in the world was going on with the wedding.
He found his son asking the same question.
All Kent knew is one day he woke up, his father was coming the next day, Michelle was gone.
He was a little bit beside himself. He kept telling me that, well, John Carlin knows where she's at, but he won't tell me. I said, well, that's really neat, isn't it?
Kent spent 5 embarrassing, frantic days with his father, trying to figure out what had become of his fiancée.
I think at that point, the light started coming on for him.
There's a growing concern by Kent as to what's happening.
Kent was seeing a different side of Michelle. But the question was, what would he do about it? On May 2nd, 1996, 3 days after Kent's father arrived home from Alaska, he and his wife received a final message from their son.
We received like a big manila envelope in the mail from Kent, addressed to my husband and I.
The letter, according to the postmark, had been mailed moments after Kent had dropped his dad off at the airport. Inside, Kent's parents found a short note and a second sealed envelope.
On the outside of that envelope is written, "Do not open unless something happens to me."
As instructed, the Leppings laid the second letter aside. But Betsy also made a worried phone call to her son. She got his message service.
Of course, he never called back.
And he never would. Coming up, what is inside the second letter? Is it the crucial clue investigators would need to solve a murder? Or the final revenge of a spurned fiancé?
He said, if Michelle really loves me and we really are going to get married, this letter will never be read by you.
On May 2nd, 1996, a utility crew drove up to a remote microwave tower outside Hope, Alaska.
The man who was driving the utility truck looked up this trail and he saw something red in the trail.
It was a man in a red jacket lying dead on the ground.
It was basically a whodunit murder. They found a body and they didn't have a suspect.
Within an hour, the remote site was swarming with state troopers.
They isolate the scene, start taking measurements, marking where things are of significance.
The troopers found 3 .44 caliber shell casings and 2 distinct sets of footprints. One for the dead man and one for his killer.
Whether he was taken up there at gunpoint or the gun came out somewhere along the trail, that we do not know.
Investigators did, however, know the dead man's identity, Kent Lepping.
He had his driver's license on him, so his identity was discovered.
Kent had been shot 3 times. In the back, stomach, and finally, the face.
Kent was probably still alive at the time that shot entered, although barely.
Then the killer had walked away, leaving behind Kent's wallet, his checkbook, and what just might have been the most valuable thing in the dead man's pockets.
He did have a change of beneficiary form in his clothing.
Kent had apparently filled out the form a week earlier, after Michelle had ditched his dad's visit. On it, he named his parents as the beneficiaries of his life insurance policy.
Literally just a few days before he was found killed down in Hope, he had gone into the insurance office and changed his beneficiary.
The slip of paper didn't list the prior beneficiary or the amount of the policy, leaving police puzzled about its significance. Hoping for an answer, they sent 2 troopers to the address listed on Kent's checkbook. At 3 on Friday afternoon, May 3rd, they knocked on the door of the woman whose name also appeared on the joint account, Michelle Hughes.
She initially said that he was her boyfriend, but then that they weren't really boyfriend-girlfriend like most boyfriend-girlfriend relationships.
We have a very unique relationship. It's a,
open relationship?
No, like a conventional, not conventional, it's,
Explain to me a little bit if you can.
I have a boyfriend.
Michelle, as she explained to the troopers, had a boyfriend besides Kent, one she just visited in California.
A few days prior to Kent's disappearance, and that she had gone to Lake Tahoe with Scott Hilke.
And as Michelle told the troopers, she hadn't actually seen Kent since.
Where is he?
He's dead. His body is gone. And that's why we're here. You have some tissue somewhere to get you.
Once Michelle recovered her composure, she explained that Kent wasn't really her fiancé. The engagement, according to Michelle, was merely a smokescreen to hide a secret he'd struggled to keep from his family.
He likes Daddy.
He likes that.
His dad doesn't know that.
I see.
So who was the mysterious shooter who'd left Kent lying dead in the woods outside Hope? The investigators were no closer to an answer. Fortunately for them, Kent would soon provide one. On May 4th, Kent's parents in Michigan received word of their son's death. Immediately, they opened Kent's mysterious letter.
When we opened it up, it explained an awful lot of things. And he named the people that would possibly have hurt him.
There were 3 names mentioned in the letter: Michelle, John Carlin III, and Scott Hilke.
Kent said, if I'm found dead, it's either John, Scott, or Michelle, and to take her down.
In my then almost 20 years with the state troopers, I'd never heard of a victim ever having done something like this.
What motive, police wondered, could Michelle have to kill Kent? That's when Kent's parents filled investigators in about Kent's $1 million life insurance policy, the one that had once named Michelle as beneficiary. Had the entire engagement simply been laying the groundwork for murder? Kent, it appeared, had suspected as much. Something must have happened to tip Kent off that his life was in danger, but whatever it was, it didn't stop him from giving Michelle another chance.
He said, if Michelle really loves me and we really are going to get married, this letter will never be read by you.
Had Kent's hope for the best cost him his life? On May 5th, the troopers drove out to Michelle's house and questioned her a second time.
Do you know if anybody has anything to gain from Kent's death?
No, other than life insurance.
Kent, of course, had taken Michelle's name off the policy. But did she know?
As beneficiary, he wrote me for the majority of it, and his dad the rest. I'm not sure what the percentage was.
Okay. And to your knowledge, it's never been changed?
I don't know.
Michelle may have had a motive for murder. She also, however, had an alibi.
Michelle was at Lake Tahoe, Scott. She had left on the afternoon of the 25th, Friday.
And she hadn't returned until after Kent was killed. That left John. Was he the source of the second set of footprints at the crime scene? The police were starting to wonder. The same day, they paid him a visit. John claimed he didn't know anything about the crime. He did, however, have Kent's car.
Kent LePink's car was still at the John Carlin residence here in Anchorage.
In the car, troopers found another clue, a printout of an email John had sent Michelle.
It was a description by him of a cabin in Hope that he had purchased.
At the bottom of the note, Michelle handwrote a response to John saying, please don't tell anybody where we are.
It appeared Kent had found the note. But how did his dead body end up in the woods outside Hope?
There must have been, from our perspective, some kind of further discussion, if not argument, with John about, John, where in the hell is Michelle? What is going on? And in that context, it seems reasonable to us to conclude that John and Kent end up down on this trail that may well have appeared to Kent to be leading to a cabin.
The pieces, as far as the investigators were concerned, were starting to fall into place. $1 million worth of insurance provided the motive. John contributed the muscle. And Scott, thanks to a conveniently timed trip to Tahoe, provided Michelle's cover. Though it appeared that Scott did play a role, police came to the conclusion that it was an unknowing one.
He was a dupe in the whole thing. His whole purpose in life at that point was to be her alibi.
By June, the state troopers were even closing in on what they believed to be the murder weapon. The slugs recovered during Kent's autopsy provided crucial clues to the murder weapon's identity.
These bullets, you have what's known as polygonal rifling. That is a very distinct type of rifling.
There was, in fact, only one kind of .44 automatic that could have killed Kent LePink.
It was pretty clearly a Desert Eagle 44 pistol that was the source of the bullets.
On June 29th, the state troopers brought John in to question him again. He denied ever owning a .44, much less a Desert Eagle.
Have you ever, since you've been in Alaska or when you were in New Jersey, ever owned a .44 caliber handgun, John? Since I've been here? Mm-hmm. No. And what about there in New Jersey? No. .44 caliber. Shot him. Yeah, friends, but no.
The state troopers weren't prepared to take John's word for it, however. On July 19th, they went to his house with a search warrant. They seized computers and several guns, but no Desert Eagle.
An empty holster was found large enough to accommodate such a large handgun.
Had that holster held a Desert Eagle? Experts at the State Forensics Lab in Anchorage suspected so.
The firearms people at the crime lab here in Anchorage told me that from the pattern and indentations in the holster itself, that it was consistent with having contained probably a Desert Eagle.
But was it enough for a murder indictment against John, much less Michelle? The answer, according to the DA's office, was no.
Reviewing a case like that, they're thinking, if I go with weak evidence and there's an acquittal, I'm never going to be able to do this again.
Weeks passed and the case went cold. Then months and years. Although the investigation was never officially closed, the key players moved on, scattering across the country. Scott in California, John to New Jersey. Neither of the men ever married Michelle, who moved back home to Louisiana and enrolled in Loyola University.
She ended up getting her master's degree in public service.
In 1998, after all those Alaska engagements, Michelle actually did get married to an aspiring doctor named Colin Linehan. Coming up, marriage and motherhood make for a very different Michelle. But new evidence brings her past back to haunt her and sends investigators in a promising new direction.
They weren't that far apart in age, relatively speaking, and he became very fond of Michelle.
In 2004, it had been 8 years since Kent Leppink was found shot in the woods outside Hope, Alaska. The mystery of his death had never been solved. The case remained open, and that year became a top priority for the state's new cold case squad.
Cold Case Investigative Unit had put together a list of cold cases and had decided which ones looked like they might result in prosecutions with a little bit more work, and this was on that list, this case.
It was cold comfort to Kent's parents, who'd waited 8 long years to see their son's killer brought to justice.
It was eating my husband up. It was eating me up. We know who killed him. It all fits together so beautifully.
The Leppinks, based on their son's last letter, were convinced Michelle and John had conspired to kill Kent. But would a dead man's hunch hold up in a court of law?
It's a piece of hearsay. The person who said it wasn't available to cross-examine.
Worse, investigators had never been able to track down the murder weapon. A powerful .44 caliber Desert Eagle automatic.
They were missing evidence that connected suspects to the crime.
There was something else missing from the case, too. When the trooper who'd headed the original investigation back in '96 learned the cold case squad had taken the matter up, he picked up the phone and made a suggestion.
I was notified that they may be going to grand jury, and I said, did you go see the boy? Go see the boy.
The boy in this case was Carlin's son, John IV. Although he'd had a ringside seat as Michelle juggled 3 fiancés back in '96, he'd never been asked to give a statement to police.
He was not interviewed Extensively. In fact, he was hardly interviewed at all because he was a juvenile.
As a juvenile, police could never question him without his father present.
He was being guarded and protected and kept away from the police by his father.
9 years later, however, when investigators tracked the 26-year-old down in Seattle, his father couldn't interfere.
He's finally interviewed when neither his father is around or Michelle is around, and he's agreeable, or at least he goes ahead and does provide information. I hesitate to say he was agreeable because I think he was upset.
He had reason to be. He was about to rat out two people he cared about, his father and Michelle.
He became very fond of Michelle. She was like a surrogate big sister to him, I think.
He recalled, after Kent's death, seeing Michelle and his father downstairs in the bathroom, a big gun in the sink, and it smelled like bleach.
Washing the gun with bleach would eliminate things like blood and fingerprints and probably get rid of hair and fibers and other trace evidence.
But was the gun the murder weapon, the missing Desert Eagle?
He can't say Desert Eagle, but it was a gun, a revolver.
He said it was the big black gun. He always referred to it as the big black gun.
John told police his father got the gun from an ad in the Anchorage newspaper.
So I went back and I checked Anchorage Daily News Sunday classifieds for Desert Eagle sale.
Investigator Branchflower found an ad from January of '95. Contacting the man who'd sold the gun, he didn't remember Carlin, but he did remember going to Carlin's house.
He remembered a built-in bookcase in the wall that impressed him.
And shown the empty holster police had found back in '96, the one forensic experts believed had once held a Desert Eagle. The man identified it as the one he'd sold with the gun.
It was fairly reliable proof that, unlike his denials, John Carlin had in fact owned a Desert Eagle 44.
On May 13, 2005, the investigators from Alaska returned to Washington State, this time to Olympia, where Michelle and her husband Colin had settled after leaving New Orleans.
She offered to cooperate. She had the detectives over for coffee.
And that afternoon over coffee, Michelle seemed more than willing to assist the Alaska State Troopers in their investigation.
We said, who killed Kent? And so then she launched into her theories about what could have possibly happened. She said the worst possible scenario is that John Carlin was involved in the murder.
But what about Michelle? In his last letter, Kent had also fingered her for his murder. Did the investigators still consider her a suspect? The answer came on September 28, 2006, when an Alaska grand jury issued 2 murder indictments, one against John Carlin III, the other against Michelle Linehan.
All of a sudden it was an indictment. Then the rest was just a nightmare. It was just an absolute nightmare.
John turned himself in on October 2nd. Michelle 2 days later. Pleading not guilty, she and husband Colin prepared to fight. And the case against Michelle appeared to give them plenty of ammunition.
You don't have a gun, you don't have a witness, you don't have a lot of stuff. You got a little circumstantial stuff and pieces, parts.
What little evidence there was, particularly regarding the missing gun, pointed primarily toward John Carlin. He stood trial first in early spring of 2007. His own son took the stand for the prosecution on March 14th.
I remember coming around the corner and seeing Michelle and my father, and there was a firearm in the sink.
On cross, Carlin's defense didn't deny the gun-washing incident his son witnessed. However, they explained he'd merely been trying to protect Michelle.
They portrayed Michelle as the one who pulled the trigger.
There was, however, one problem with the portrayal. Michelle was still in Tahoe when the shots were fired.
The evidence was always pretty clear that it was John who did the shooting. And Michelle who did the soliciting and the encouraging.
Prosecutors presented emails that they said proved Michelle had talked Carlin into committing the murder.
She talks about our getaway in that email. She describes a trip to the Seychelles.
Why the Seychelles? According to Michelle's email, the islands were an ideal spot for a getaway, romantic or otherwise.
No matter what crimes you've committed, they will not extradite.
Of course, John Carlin never made it to the Seychelles. Without the $1 million payoff from Kent's insurance, there'd been no island getaway. Instead, the best John could hope for was evading a prison sentence. On April 3rd, 2007, the jury reached its verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant, John Carlin III, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Coming up, Michelle's case goes to trial, and jurors consider another possible motive in Kent Lepping's death.
A letter that suggests to some, when you read it, that he wanted to set people up.
The Michelle Linehan that walked into an Anchorage courtroom on September 20th, 2007, was a very different woman from Michelle Hughes, the stripper that had danced on stage at the Bush Company over a decade earlier.
She's a family woman with a child down in Washington State, a physician husband. It was just night and day, and a lot of people couldn't believe that she was the same woman.
And how could this woman, this successful wife and mother, be accused of murder?
I remember talking to a neighbor who was very shocked and stunned and didn't believe that Michelle could have had anything to do with this.
Michelle's PTA mom image wasn't the only challenge prosecutors faced either.
Everyone watches CSI and they want all the DNA evidence, all the murder weapon and all these things. And the reality is that those things aren't always there.
In his opening statement, prosecutor Pat Gullifson explained there was no DNA evidence in this case because Michelle had been careful not to kill Kent Lepping herself.
All she needed was somebody to do the dirty work, and she found an able and a willing partner in John Carlin III.
But what about Scott Hilke, fiancé number one, and the man who, according to the police, had unwittingly provided Michelle with an alibi? On September 26th, Michelle's former on-again, off-again boyfriend took the stand and testified that jealousy, at least on Scott's part, was never an issue in his relationship with Michelle, since he never really considered Kent a rival.
Was there anything that you observed, saw, that led you to believe that Mr. Lepping was a problem for you and Michelle getting together?
No.
Next, Scott's testimony laid the groundwork for the prosecution's effort to make jurors forget the successful woman Michelle had become. Instead, prosecutors wanted the jury to focus on the woman from 1996. The woman they said was a greedy seductress who preyed upon a string of lonely men.
Scott was another one of the guys that was just thought he was in love with her, thought he was crazy about her, sort of captivated by her. His words were, "I'm lucky that I got out of it."
And central to the prosecution's case was the setting where Michelle had met all three men, the Great Alaskan Bush Company.
We thought it was very important that the jury understand she worked at the Bush Company and that's where she met people.
It was something that prior to going to trial, the defense had done their best to suppress.
The defense asked the judge to preclude the state from putting on any evidence as to where she worked.
A defense attorney gave this real elaborate speech about women are either Madonnas or whores. There's no in between. And if you allow Michelle to be referred to as a stripper, she will automatically be considered a whore.
The judge, however, had overruled the defense's request.
It was simply a fact, and that's where she worked, and those were the circumstances, and there were certain things that legitimately you can infer from those circumstances.
But was murder one of them?
He did use her job as a stripper to explain the lengths someone would go to for money, and money was her goal in the strip club, and the prosecution portrayed it as money was her goal for this killing.
The defense, when they started presenting their case on October 11th, painted a totally different picture of Michelle. Taking the stand, husband Colin testified that while Michelle may have been a stripper when she met Kent Leppink, the woman he knew was a saint.
It kills me that in their hearts, that they think Michelle had anything to do with that, because I know from the bottom of my heart and soul that she did not.
What's more, Colin testified that Michelle had admitted to her stripping past not long after they'd met. And together, they'd put her previous life behind them.
Colin knew that she was an exotic dancer in Alaska. That was not an issue for him.
So who did kill Kent Leppink? The defense offered several alternatives.
The defense had said at one point that Carlin acted alone over jealousy.
They also suggested that Kent had somehow killed himself.
The defense did bring up the possibility of a suicide, that he had staged his own death.
Some other theories that were that he had paid somebody to kill him.
It was a possibility that the defense claimed might be buried in the fine print of Kent's last letter.
That's a very odd letter. It's a letter that suggests to some, when you read it, that he wanted to set people up.
There's not one bit of evidence that Michelle in any way wanted it to happen or knew that it was going to happen.
And the proof, according to the defense, had been caught on tape. On October 15th, the defense rested their case by playing a recording for the jury. It was the tape state troopers had made 11 years earlier, moments after telling Michelle Kent had been murdered.
His body is gone, and that's why we're here.
Coming up, a verdict and more tears.
We cried. We just cried. I was shaking so hard he was just holding me for all he was worth.
On October 22, 2007, Michelle Linehan sat in an Alaska courtroom. Accused of the 1996 murder of Kent Leppink, she calmly awaited the jury's verdict. She had reason to be confident.
There was a lot of hearsay in this case, a lot of speculation in this case, a lot of stitching together of details with hypotheses.
When the foreman rose to read the verdict, it was almost too much for Kent's mom to take.
The assistant to our prosecutor, I was shaking so hard he was just holding me for all he was worth.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Michelle K. Linehan, guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment.
There was a faint little gasp, but Michelle, she looked just dead ahead.
Maybe she was in shock. Husband Colin certainly was.
He just looked, like he'd just been hit by a train. You couldn't help but your heart go out to him.
In January of 2008, John Carlin III was sentenced to 99 years in prison. And Michelle, convicted of putting John up to the crime? At her sentencing on April 2nd, she finally spoke in court. Prosecutors had claimed she could talk a man into murder. Could she sway the judge's decision?
I am not the monster that has been painted by the prosecution. More than a decade ago, I made the choice to work at the Bush Company. While working there, I made poor choices. I accepted gifts and money from Kent Leppink.
Michelle was convicted because she was a stripper. They just figured she was a manipulative stripper, and that's what they do.
I think it's really unfortunate what a young girl at 19 did for a year and a half of her life and be judged by that.
But as the judge handed down his sentence, he made one thing clear. He believed that Michelle had not only taken Kent Leppink's money, she'd also taken his life.
I can find no distinction between the puppet who pulls the trigger and the puppeteer who pulls the strings. I sentence Ms. Linehan to 99 years.
A veteran police officer vanishes without a trace.
I knew when he didn't show up to pick his son up that something was wrong.
He wasn't announcing his cell phone.
Sending Memphis police on a search for one of their own.
They really knew that something was wrong because missing work is something that he didn't do.
Was the officer's disappearance work-related?
We handled high crime areas, we handled narcotics.
Or was there another explanation?
There was certainly a double life going on.
Tony was very loving, very smooth. Tony would make you feel like you were the only one.
But in Tony's case, sometimes there wasn't only one.
We know he was involved with the sheriff's deputy, a jailer.
And with Tony missing, his jailer girlfriend would have some explaining to do to make sure she didn't spend time on the other side of the bars. Labor Day, September 4th, 2006. The party was breaking up in her South Memphis backyard when Ethel Hayes glanced anxiously at her watch. Her son, Memphis police officer Tony Hayes, had missed the party.
We knew something was wrong because we hadn't heard from him, and he wasn't announcing his cell phone. And that's very strange for him.
Worried, Ethel Hayes contacted the police department later that evening and filed a missing persons report. The next morning, Memphis detectives were briefed that one of their own was missing.
It was first leveled as a missing persons report, and it had not risen to the level of a homicide investigation.
The Memphis Police Department had gone through his home, had searched the outside of his property.
Investigators also turned to Tony's girlfriend, Monique Johnson, to see if she had any idea where he might be. But the 37-year-old corrections officer seemed as perplexed as police.
She was asked over and over again if there had been any problems between her and Tony Hayes, and she replied no, none at all.
I told him that I didn't know where he was.
Did that mean Tony was truly missing? Or just that he didn't want to be found?
Tony was a ladies' man, and Tony talked to other women.
When Monique and I first discussed that he was missing, I told her, oh girl, he probably done got with one of them women.
Over the next several days, police talked with Tony's family and friends, hoping to find a clue to their fellow officers' whereabouts. And when Tony didn't show up for work on Thursday, his first day back on the job after the Labor Day holiday, the search intensified.
They thought maybe he might have just packed a bag and went out of town for a few days. They called a roll and he didn't answer roll, so that's when they really knew that something was wrong.
Memphis police also feared that Tony might have run into trouble on the job.
Tony Hayes had had an altercation with some suspects, and there were some threats leveled against him by those suspects that they would report him for being too aggressive with them.
But were the allegations true? Or as the mystery of Tony's disappearance would prove, does the line between aggressor and victim depend on who's doing the talking? By 2005, 36-year-old Tony Hayes had been in his share of tough spots.
During the Persian Gulf, he served his country during wartime. He went to the Marine Corps, and when he came back, he was blessed to get on to the Shelby County Police Department at that time.
After that, he applied with the Memphis Police Department, started out in uniform patrol, just regular uniform patrol, just as I did, and moved up to a plainclothes position.
Tony also moonlighted as a security guard in an apartment complex on the city's east side. That's where he met Monique Johnson in 2005. A corrections officer at the Shelby County Jail, Monique lived at the apartments with her teenage son, Donald.
He used to try to flirt with a lot of women when they come through the apartments, try to talk to him.
Quite a few women appreciated Tony's attention, including Monique.
I thought he was a nice-looking man. He was, well-dressed. He was actually outside talking to my son when I first met him. I walked out the house to get in the car. That's when Tony and I exchanged phone numbers.
But despite Tony's good looks, Monique wasn't quite ready to jump into a new relationship. A two-time divorcee, she was in the process of trying to rebuild her life.
Monique did have a history of unhealthy relationships, if you will, of men who didn't treat her right, didn't appreciate her.
Tony soon called, but Monique, unsure of what to do, turned to her friends for advice.
She was like, and I don't know if I should talk to him because you know how my relationships has been. And I was like, well, if you feel you need to take it slow, take it slow.
Eventually, Monique returned Tony's call and agreed to go out with him on one condition.
I told him I didn't want to be involved with anybody that was in a relationship with somebody.
He talked about his prior marriages, but that he was single and was not married.
Tony also told Monique that since he too was twice divorced, most recently from the mother of his young son, he understood why she was being cautious. Then, over the next few weeks, Tony worked to gain her trust.
He would bring her flowers. He was spending time with her. They were having 2- and 3-hour phone conversations.
Things finally seemed to be going Monique's way. She moved into a new house with her son and continued to see Tony on a regular basis.
They went out of town together a couple times. They used to go out to eat a lot.
He was involved in Monique's son's life. They were close. Things were good.
But a few months into the relationship, according to Monique, things started to change.
He used to call all the time and text, and if I didn't answer, that was a problem. It was like, where you at? Where you been? Who you with?
Why didn't Tony trust Monique? One afternoon, while Monique was complaining to some friends about Tony's need to keep tabs on her, Monique's cousin suggested an answer.
My cousin was like, he sounds like somebody that's married.
Did Tony suspect Monique was sneaking around on him because he was also cheating in order to be with her? There was, according to Monique's cousin, one way to find out. Monique called the county clerk's office and found out that Tony had told the truth about his number of divorces, but not his number of marriages.
They told me, yes, he was married. They gave me the date he was married, which was actually, he got married 3 months before I met him.
He's having this relationship with Monique. He's married at the same time, has ex-wives. So certainly this starts to come out.
Monique, however, wanted to hear it from Tony.
I asked him why did he lie about not being married. He hesitated, and I was like, don't lie, because I already know.
Reluctantly, Tony admitted that he was still married, but he also offered an explanation.
He convinced her, okay, my wife and I are separated. It's not anything going on anymore. You and I are together. You and I are the relationship.
He said that he was in the process of trying to get a divorce, but money was tight. And once he got some money, that he was going to file for a divorce.
Monique agreed to give Tony a second chance, but not before setting the record straight with the wife.
Monique Johnson called her directly and stated that she was seeing Tony.
She did confirm they were separated, but she didn't say how long they had been separated.
With Tony's skeleton out of the closet, he and Monique gave their relationship another shot. And for a few months, it seemed to return to stable ground. That is, until Tony's cell phone started ringing at all hours of the night.
There would be times when they would be together at the house during bedtime hours, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. His cell phone would ring, 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 ring.
Finally, Monique confronted Tony about the calls.
I was like, won't you answer the phone? And he was like, there's nobody there, call back.
On May 19th, Monique managed to sneak a peek at Tony's phone.
He just had just various text messages in there from women. They was texting him with some of the text messages saying, good morning, baby, and stuff like that.
Later that afternoon, Tony returned home to a house that was in shambles.
She put oil in his shoes, ripped clothes, ripped to shred, pants, shirts, just tore them apart. Keyed his card outside, keyed them up and down, back and forth.
I wrote bitch on it because that's how I felt about him, and to me, that's what he was acting like.
She was out of control. She let her jealous rage take the best of her.
Her rage spent ransacking the house. Monique calmly told Tony they were through.
I say it's over, and he's like, no, it's not over. You can't leave. You're going to be with me. He said, if you leave me, then I'm going to go ahead with the order, have them, to press charges.
Monique's outburst had given her lover leverage. If Tony pressed charges over the property damage, she could lose her job as a corrections officer. She wouldn't be able to pay her bills or care for her son. Monique, for the time being, felt trapped in the relationship.
I just stayed in it. And no charges was pressed against me. It was just his report where he had initially called and filed it.
Over the next several months, Monique and Tony tried to reconcile. But it wasn't long before their relationship had once again broken down into an endless cycle of arguments and accusations.
They're fighting about what they usually fight about. Are you cheating on me? I know you're cheating on me. I've checked your phone. Why are you checking my phone? The back and forth. So there was certainly jealousy on both ends.
Labor Day, September 4th, 2006. Tony Hayes' 11-year-old son sat waiting for his father to pick him up and take him to a mid-afternoon barbecue at his grandmother's house. But by sundown, the boy hadn't seen or heard from his father.
He tried to call his father several times, got no answer. Called some more, never heard from Tony, and knew that there was something wrong.
Concerned, the boy called his mother, Tony's ex-wife.
He called me on Labor Day and he said, Mom, my dad's not answering the phone.
LaTanya also tried calling Tony. She didn't get an answer either, so she called Tony's mom.
And I said, something is not right. I said, I don't want to scare you. Please go fill out a missing persons report. I said, something is not right.
So I called the precinct where he worked and asked them if they would send a car out to the apartments where he worked to see if they could see him.
While Tony's mother spoke with Tony's friends at the police department, his ex-wife LaTanya decided to do some investigating of her own. She called Monique Johnson to see if she knew where Tony might be.
And I said, have you heard from Tony? She said, he's probably on a date. And I said, on a date? But she was screaming it. He's probably on a date. He's nothing but a liar and a cheater.
Coming up, police, desperate to find their fellow officer, uncover a possible clue.
That morning, about 7 a.m., Tony Hayes got a text message.
On the afternoon of September 5th, 2006, Memphis police officer Tony Hayes had been missing for more than 24 hours. Investigators had been busy searching for their lost colleague.
They said, this is not a man who would go missing. This is not a man who shows up late for work. This is not a man who doesn't call his family.
Could Tony have run into trouble related to his job?
Tony worked in the West Precinct of Memphis, which is a rough precinct. And when one works in a rough precinct, there's all the more likelihood to get into physical encounters with suspects.
A search of his house revealed Tony's Lexus was missing from his garage. But there were no signs of forced entrance or foul play. Detectives paid a visit to Tony's girlfriend, Monique Johnson, to see if she could shed any light on the case.
Her being very close to Tony Hayes, they figured that she would have a lot of information.
But when detectives asked the 37-year-old corrections officer if she knew anything about Tony's whereabouts, she insisted she didn't.
She had no other explanation other than, I haven't heard from Tony since 11 a.m. that day.
However, she did mention that Tony had run into trouble at the apartments where he worked as a security guard.
She said, I had talked to him about some guys at the apartment where he worked. He had got into it with them.
Investigators, however, couldn't help but notice Monique's demeanor as she spoke about her missing boyfriend.
She appeared to be very calm, very collected, and stared at them with this very stern gaze that frightened the detectives a little bit.
At the end of the interview, detectives handed Monique a card with their phone number and asked her to call them if she heard anything.
An entire 2 days passed, and Monique Johnson never called Sergeant Mason to ask about the status of the investigation.
By Thursday afternoon, with Tony missing for more than 72 hours, Sergeant Caroline Mason contacted Monique a second time.
She told me that they needed me to come downtown. They had some, wanted to take a statement.
Once inside an interrogation room at Memphis PD, detectives pressed Monique to tell them everything she knew about Tony's disappearance. She was not cooperative.
She started to grow very defensive. She stared at the police a lot, and it took her a very long time to answer questions. And of course, this struck the police as suspicious.
Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, more detectives poured through Tony Hayes' subpoenaed cell phone records in hopes they'd find some clue to his location. And they did.
That morning, about 7 a.m., Tony Hayes got a text message from a female friend of his named Kim Chisholm.
The investigators immediately called Kim and asked her to come down to the station. Asked about her relationship with Tony, Kim admitted she'd been casually dating him.
Kim Chisholm and Tony Hayes had been seeing each other for a couple of months.
But the last she'd been in contact with Tony, according to Kim, was on the morning of September 4th.
She texted him, asking him if he would like to go for a jog.
Later that morning, according to what Kim told police, she'd received a call from Tony's phone. She'd answered it expecting Tony. Instead, Kim told police it had been Monique.
Monique actually called the woman who had been repeatedly calling Tony.
The call had abruptly dropped, but not before, according to Kim, she'd heard Monique screaming at Tony in the background.
Kim could hear Monique yelling at him that she had it with him seeing other women.
Within minutes of taking Kim's statement, detectives confronted Monique with the new information. They knew all about her heated conversation with Tony. Then, they accused her of killing him.
Detective asked Monique Johnson that for the sake of closure and for the sake of the family, to just tell them where the body is.
I end up telling them, they asked where was it. I told them I couldn't tell them where it was that I could take him.
Monique explained to the police it had all started when she discovered a text message on Monday morning, September 4th.
I was in the bathroom getting ready to go home. His phone started vibrating, and I picked it up, and that was a text message. And it said, "Good morning, baby."
Suspecting Tony was cheating on her again, Monique said she'd pocketed his phone. Then, kissing Tony goodbye, she'd driven back to her house. On the way, however, she'd placed a call on Tony's phone.
I went to that text message and pushed send, and it called that person that sent the text.
And just as Monique had expected, a woman answered.
She was like, "Hey, baby." And I was like, "No, this isn't baby, this baby's girlfriend."
Monique had essentially caught Tony cheating. And Tony, as she explained to police, knew it.
as she was having this conversation on the telephone, she looks in her rearview mirror and sees that Tony's following very closely behind her.
He was almost running to the back of my car.
And when she pulled into her garage minutes later, according to what Monique told police, Tony parked behind her and ran up to her car.
And he was telling me to get out of the car so we could talk, and I told him it was nothing to talk about. And he had pulled on the door handle a couple of times, and my door was locked.
He's telling her to get out of the car, to give him his phone. He needs to talk to her. He wants to be with her. He's tired of all of this. And Monique's telling him it's over. This is the last straw.
Eventually, according to Monique, she'd opened the car door. And that's when she claimed Tony had lunged at her.
She gave them the story that Tony Hayes started a physical confrontation with her while she was still sitting in her car. And she got frantic and grabbed the gun that was sitting in her seat and just started firing at Tony.
Monique told investigators that she'd shot 3 or 4 times, leaving Tony dead on the garage floor. She was afraid police wouldn't believe her story. So in her panic, she asked her 16-year-old son, Donald Wallace, to help her get rid of the body.
She says she freaked out. She went into shock. She didn't know what to do. So the only thing she could think to do was have her son help her hide it.
Later that evening, Monique was in the back of a police cruiser as it pulled into the parking lot of an East Memphis apartment complex.
I was in a vehicle with like three detectives, and cars followed, and I showed them, where the apartments were.
From her seat inside the squad car, Monique pointed out Tony Hayes' Lexus.
One of the detectives stayed with Monique Johnson inside the car that they went in, while other members of the department went and opened the trunk.
Tony Hayes, presumably, was no longer a missing person.
When they opened the trunk, Tony Hayes' body had been sitting in there for several days and was rotted and decomposed beyond recognition.
Monique Johnson was sitting in the car. It was about 25 feet away from where the trunk was. And she turned on the air conditioner because the stench from the body was so bad.
Calling in crime scene technicians to remove and identify the body, detectives also paid a visit to Tony's family, who had gathered at his mother's house. They were already expecting the worst.
I already knew he was dead, but, I was like, it just took a lot out of me.
Meanwhile, the detectives hauled Monique back to the station.
Then they took her back down to the Justice Center, and that's when she was placed under arrest.
But once Monique was booked on murder charges, the authorities faced a dilemma.
She worked at the jail. This woman was a jailer.
Could they put Monique in the same jail where she worked? At the police station, Monique was taken back to an interrogation room while investigators tried to figure out what to do next.
I sat in the room till probably like after midnight maybe that morning. They took me to Germantown jail, I think it was.
Held temporarily in a suburban Memphis jail, Monique had to adjust to life on the opposite side of the bars.
The only thing they feed you is banquet TV dinners. A lot of times they will still be cold. Sometimes they would be so hard from where they let them stay in the microwave too long.
How long would Monique have to endure TV dinners behind bars? If her account of Tony's death was true, it was a clear case of self-defense. But was it? Coming up, the physical evidence, according to the prosecution, raises questions about Monique's story.
Tony Hayes is 6'1", and Monique Johnson is 5'6". She was standing over him while he had dropped.
On the morning of September 8, 2006, Monique Johnson awoke for the first time in her life inside a jail cell. The 37-year-old corrections officer had been locked up the night before after leading police to the badly decomposed body of her boyfriend, Memphis cop Tony Hayes.
One could not recognize his face. We had to use a fingerprint expert to identify his body.
Monique admitted shooting Tony, but although charged with murder, she also swore she was innocent.
This was all Tony being the first aggressor, Monique being afraid and fearful for her life.
His corpse inside the trunk of his Lexus for 3 days. They began to suspect there was more to her story than a simple case of self-defense.
That body cooked. His eyeballs were starting to pop out. His skin was starting to slide off. To me, it almost looked like a horror movie.
The following morning, while Monique sat in jail, Memphis homicide detectives began a full investigation into her claims. They began by questioning Monique's son, Donald Wallace, at police headquarters.
Donald Wallace was very cooperative with the detectives and told them about how his mother had commanded him to get rid of the murder weapon.
With Donald's help, detectives recovered the pistol Monique used to kill Tony from a dumpster in an East Memphis suburb.
The murder weapon that Monique Johnson used to kill Tony Hayes and told her son to get rid of was a .40 caliber handgun that was Tony Hayes' personal weapon.
And that wasn't all detectives learned when they questioned Monique's son.
The night of the murder, Monique Johnson, by her own admission, left Tony Hayes to rot in the heat in the trunk of his own car while she went with her family and her son to a movie and dinner.
After she shot him 6 times and put him in the trunk of his Lexus, she went and met her girlfriends with her son for dinner and went and saw snakes on the plane.
It was certainly bizarre behavior. But was it merely an irrational act by a woman in shock? Or was it a deliberate attempt to disguise what she'd done? An answer suggested itself minutes later when Monique's son Donald revealed a surprising detail he recalled from the night of the shooting.
Donald Wallace told the police that he heard the shooting up in her master bedroom and master bathroom.
And although Monique had confessed to shooting Tony in the garage, investigators had found one peculiar detail earlier that day that suggested Donald was the one telling the truth.
One thing that struck them as unusual was in her master bathroom, there were double doors that did not match. One tint was slightly darker than the other.
Lieutenant Mason was saying that the doors didn't match up. And they saw a bucket where she had been mopping, getting stuff up off the floor.
Between Donald's statements and the suspicious findings in Monique's bathroom, detectives suspected Monique may be hiding something. A few hours later, they hauled her back down to police headquarters and confronted her with their findings.
They confronted her with those facts on Friday, the day after the first statement, and then Monique Johnson gave a second statement, and then admitted that she killed him in her master bathroom, but gave a different story surrounding the murder.
According to Monique's new story, she'd eventually wrestled away and bolted up the stairs towards her bedroom. But Tony, Monique claimed, had been right behind her.
This time her story was that he started a physical struggle with her in the garage and continued to hit her as she walked through her house up the stairs.
He closed the door behind us and he shoved me. And I kind of stumbled a little bit on the bed.
Monique said that cornered in her bedroom and scared for her life, she begged Tony to leave.
I said, get out and leave. I said, because I'm sick of it just like you are. I'm not willing to keep going through this.
But her words, according to Monique, only made Tony angrier.
He mugged me. And I fell up against the frame of the door and we got to fighting there.
He pushes her and she falls into the bathroom.
Scrambling to her feet, Monique said she'd retreated to her bathroom closet where she kept a gun hidden for protection. But when she grabbed the pistol, she said Tony had merely laughed.
And he said, you won't shoot me. And I was like, if you don't leave, I will.
He turned around as if he was going to go.
But just as Tony reached the door, Monique said he'd suddenly whipped around and charged at her with his fist clenched.
I feared that he was going to beat me senseless. And I fired the gun.
Then Monique claimed she'd blacked out.
And the next thing I remember, I heard my son beating on the bedroom door and calling me. He asked me what had happened. I told him that I had shot him.
Monique told investigators she'd asked her son Donald to help her hide Tony's body in the trunk of his Lexus. Then, after stashing Tony's car at an East Memphis apartment complex, Monique's son picked her up. Then she'd returned home and begun a hasty cleanup.
A bullet had gone into one of those doors, and she went to a construction site that was abandoned at the time, got a door, and replaced it.
Monique claimed she had concocted her first story about shooting Tony in the garage to protect her son from his role in helping dispose of Tony's body.
I hate that my son had to be there. He had nothing to do with it.
And what about Monique? Was she as innocent as she claimed? To authorities, her shifting stories cast doubt on her self-defense scenario.
Even with me and him in a heated argument, he'd just rather leave the house. He would never put his hands on a woman. It's not him.
She was trying to cover for herself. Any facts that were adverse to her, she was going to try to make up for.
Was Monique's account of Tony's death the truth? According to his autopsy on September 8th, Tony Hayes had been shot a total of 6 times. However, it wasn't how many times Monique shot Tony that suggested she hadn't acted in self-defense. It was where she shot him.
5 of those shots, at least, were from the back. In his head, and in his shoulders, in his back.
And according to the autopsy, most of the bullets that entered Tony's back were fired from a downward trajectory.
Tony Hayes is 6'1", and Monique Johnson is 5'6". And I don't see any other way that she could have pulled off those shots, if not for the fact that she was standing over him while he had dropped.
He was already down by the time at least half of those shots came out. So why did she keep shooting?
To prosecutors, the answer was clear. Monique had aimed to kill Tony.
Monique Johnson's murdering of Tony Hayes was no frantic reaction to any kind of an attack. It was deliberate, and it was premeditated, and it was bullet by bullet.
On February 8, 2007, the Shelby County District Attorney's Office brought Monique's case to the grand jury. Based on the strength of the evidence, the grand jury indicted Monique with first-degree premeditated murder.
She was given a bail of $1 million, to which one would have to post 10%. She was never able to do that and stayed in custody until trial.
Coming up, Monique takes the stand and tells her story a third time, adding a twist that just might offer the former corrections officer a ticket out. On February 12, 2008, Monique Johnson walked into a Memphis courthouse to stand trial for murder. She was accused of killing her boyfriend, Tony Hayes, and hiding his body in the trunk of his car. Charged with first-degree murder, the 39-year-old corrections officer faced life in prison if convicted.
She was a cop killer. And then she involved her 16-year-old son, Donald, helping her to put Tony's body in a trunk.
In their opening statement, prosecutors portrayed Monique Johnson as a scorned and vindictive woman who'd savagely murdered her boyfriend after she discovered his latest act of infidelity.
He was cheating on her, and she wasn't going to take it.
It was cold-blood murder. It was very malicious. It was out of anger. It was out of jealousy. It was out of rejection.
Citing the number of rounds fired, the trajectory of the bullets, and the callous means by which she tried to cover her tracks, prosecutors argued Monique murdered Tony Hayes by shooting him 6 times in the head and back as he cowered helplessly beneath her.
That's what this case is about. An execution and evasion.
If she was shooting one shot to stop him from coming towards her, then what explains gunshots in the back of his head and at a downward angle, which means he was down? He was not coming towards her anymore. There was not a threat of attack any longer.
Monique Johnson executed Tony Hayes by putting 6 bullets in him, including in the back of the head and several to the back. And then as soon as she executed him, began a course of evasion, including a path of lying and deception to his closest family members, to law enforcement officers.
In their opening argument, Monique's attorneys attacked Tony's character, describing him as an abusive man who had attacked his girlfriend after being questioned about his unfaithfulness.
It wasn't a situation that Monique planned to kill him, dump the body, and then go to see a movie and go to dinner. This was all Tony being the first aggressor, Monique being afraid and fearful for her life, and then defending herself. And after the fact, panicking, not knowing what to do, not knowing who she could trust, not knowing who to turn to.
But Monique's attorneys asserted that September 4th, 2006 wasn't the first time Tony had assaulted Monique. According to the defense, Monique had been pushed to the breaking point by Tony's abuse.
This case was about the things that happened during the course of that relationship to lead up to the day in the bathroom when Monique was faced with the choice of sparing her own life or taking Tony Hayes' life.
As evidence of the abuse Monique suffered under Tony, the defense presented several family members who recalled observing bruises on Monique's body.
She started having bruises on her neck and her face, and I used to always ask her what happened. She wouldn't tell me.
I have seen a bruise that was on her upper thigh that looked more like a foot bruise. I have seen like the finger marks around the neck where she tried to hide it with the makeup.
On cross, prosecutors fired back, arguing there were no official reports or evidence of physical abuse in Tony and Monique's relationship.
There was nothing on paper, there was nothing on the record that showed Monique Johnson had ever been abused. She had never gone to the hospital and filed a report. There were no pictures on documents.
Instead, the prosecutors argued it was Monique who was the true aggressor in the relationship. As evidence, they pointed to her rampage in May of 2006, months before the shooting.
She not just vandalized his property, but did it in a very deliberate and methodical way, cutting clothes garment by garment, keying words on his car and his headboard.
She didn't seem like she was afraid or that she was an abused woman. Yeah, because if you were an abused woman, the first thing you would not do is vandalize somebody's house, because you would think, he's gonna come after me.
Which Monique was the real one? The abused girlfriend described by the defense, or the jealous lover who, according to prosecutors, would lash out when crossed? On February 14th, Valentine's Day, the jury would get to see for themselves. That afternoon, Monique took the stand in her own defense.
During Monique's testimony, we walked through the entire relationship. How, after about 3 or 4 months, there was the first incident of violence, and Tony hit her.
It was abuse that, according to Monique's testimony, she had frequently suffered at Tony's hands.
He would punch me in my thighs, in my upper thighs, my upper arms. And I mean, I'm easy to bruise, so it didn't take much, but like I say, my thighs would be sore from where he would been to punch me in them when we be fighting.
She described episodes of him throwing her up against the wall and having his hand on her neck, choking her, and her begging him to let her go. And then she described vivid sexual abuse of him forcing her to have sex. And she got very choked up at the trial when she started talking about this.
Then, Monique explained how she feared for her life the day of the shooting.
I thought he was gonna beat my ass. Before I could blink, he had turned back around and had took like one step toward me, and that's when I just started shooting.
Did you want to kill Tony?
No.
It was the only time in the trial we saw emotion from her, and it was explicit emotion.
On February 15th, the trial broke for deliberations. As the jury filed out of the courtroom, everyone was left wondering the same thing. What would the jury consider more credible? The physical evidence presented by the state, or Monique's dramatic testimony? Coming up, the verdict in Monique Johnson's trial is revealed. On February 15, 2008, 39-year-old Monique Johnson sat in a holding cell at the Shelby County Courthouse in Memphis, Tennessee. Accused of shooting her boyfriend, police officer Tony Hayes, Monique admitted to pulling the trigger. She said it was self-defense, but the prosecutors called it murder. And that afternoon, as the minutes slowly ticked by, it was up to a jury to decide.
When the jurors went to deliberate, it seemed like forever. I was just in this little tank waiting.
Finally, at 7 p.m., the jury announced it had reached a decision. But which one would it be?
Everybody that was watching the trial, the public, the family, the friends, even the media, seemed to be pretty sure that this was going to result in a first-degree murder conviction.
And Monique seemed just as certain. When bailiffs led her into the courtroom minutes later, she avoided the jurors' gaze. Little could have prepared Monique or anyone else there for what they heard when the foreman rose and read the verdict. Instead of first-degree murder, jurors found Monique guilty of the lesser charge of reckless homicide.
I was shocked by the result. The jury heard the same facts that we did.
Rather than facing life in prison, reckless homicide meant Monique faced a maximum sentence of just 4 years.
I wanted to scream. I ran out of that courtroom. It was like they found his body all over again.
I knew it was less of a charge than what they had charged me with, but what it was exactly was, I did not know.
Not only had Monique avoided a first-degree murder conviction, she'd also avoided going to prison. In light of the jail time Monique had served prior to trial, Judge Paula Scahan commuted her 4-year sentence to probation.
The requirements was that Monique was to go to counseling, maintain full-time employment, do some community service, and report to her probation officer.
I just couldn't understand how they could just let her just walk away with, just with so less of time, and knowing that she had admitted that she had killed him.
Following her trial, Monique retreated home to her family and attempted to restart her life. But not, she claims, without regrets.
I hate that it happened the way it did. To this day, I still care about Tony. I was in love with Tony, and I miss him.
Tony was shot 4 times in the back and then once in the back of the head. Monique Johnson got away with cold-blooded murder.
Most dangerous.
Placerville, California. On January 6, 2013, it's just after 6 p.m. when an unusual call comes into the El Dorado County 911.
911, what's the location of your emergency? My name's David Weiner. I'm an attorney, and the address of the emergency is Wilderness Court. Now, who killed who?
Don't know. I just want to report that there's somebody out there.
He stated that he was at his office in Cameron Park when he was not on scene with the person, and he refused to answer most questions.
Multiple units from the El Dorado Sheriff's Department rushed to the scene.
Really, all we knew was there was a possibility of a homicide or a fatality that happened within this house. We don't know what we're going to be walking into. We established a perimeter. There were a group of us, including myself, that responded directly to the front of the house. It was really dark, late at night.
Inside, deputies see a woman.
She was going on as if nothing was wrong. The deputies on scene requested that dispatch contact the residents and call in to get a hold of the female that was inside.
Our dispatch was able to get her to come out and exit the house.
Deputies meet her at the front door. She identifies herself as 70-year-old Colleen Harris. She tells them that her husband, 72-year-old Bob Harris, is in bed.
Where's the bedroom at?
Go in the door down the hall. They put a blanket over him.
Okay. You didn't check the pulse or anything like that? I just need to know if I need medics to show up here. When she was looking at me, it was almost like she was looking right through me. Like she wasn't talking to me, she was just talking. I started to think that maybe she wasn't in her right frame of mind. She looked at me and said, "You just have to go see him." And then she said that he was beautiful.
Colleen remains outside while a team cautiously enters the home.
We begin to start clearing the house. I make my way down a long...
They're, of course, wanting to know what happened that evening and have her lead them through the course of events.
But the only memories Colleen has are of the night before.
So, what happened at that point?
Taking some Christmas decorations and
They had a very pleasant evening, and after 9 o'clock, she doesn't remember. I asked Colleen why her attorney dialed 911 to report this crime. And she claimed to not know. She didn't know how that happened. She remembers nothing until deputies arrive.
Colleen tells them that she does have one vague memory from the night.
I remember seeing a gun. I saw my husband was bleeding.
What was your first thought?
I thought he was having a nosebleed. He gets a lot of nosebleeds.
And was he actively bleeding?
I just saw just a little bit of blood on the telephone area.
She said she had put a blanket over his head because he had a nosebleed. It was rather strange because having been in that scene, what was in that house was a very traumatic, bloody scene that could not anywhere remotely be confused with a nosebleed.
Colleen attempts to explain her lack of memory.
You talked about a gray fog.
Yeah. It's just like I don't know if I can, like, everything around me is like in a kind of a shadow.
Okay. Because it seems like you lost pretty much all of today. And part of last night. Okay.
If she's truly experiencing psychogenic amnesia, the amnesia could have been just for the death of Bob, the traumatic incident. And now she's experiencing emotion in real time.
Then, the interview takes yet another bizarre turn.
Well, assumption you already know your husband's dead.
Is he dead?
Yes.
And at that point, she starts to become overcome with emotion and crying.
Stunned, investigators take a different tack.
So we let her talk, and we let her talk about whatever topic she wanted. And she had told us, essentially, that her and Bob's relationship was great.
Colleen's behavior stumps investigators.
She's truly experiencing psychogenic amnesia, or she could be portraying an emotional wife who has learned that her husband has died. When we look at the very rare situations in which psychogenic amnesia is present, this temporary memory loss, it's protecting the person from what happened in the moment.
Then, investigators get some alarming news.
In the middle of interviewing Colleen, I received a text on my phone, and it was the investigators. They had said they had some very important information that could spin my investigation in a completely different direction. I left the interview room, and the detective handed me a case from 1985 where Colleen was a suspect in a homicide in that very same home.
Coming up, a disturbing pattern takes shape.
They find that Colleen had been responsible for the death of another husband.
And alarming details from her previous husband's death come to light.
It was only after she worked with a psychologist that she was able to somehow remember what had happened.
How did he die? When he died, he was a child molester, and he ended up dying.
Investigators in Placerville, California, are interviewing Colleen Harris about the murder of her husband, Bob Harris, when they receive some alarming news. In 1985, Colleen's first husband, Jim Batten, was also murdered.
Someone put out the word, hey, you remember back in 85, Jim Batten? That's the same lady. That's the same house. It's the same kind of murder. It's the same room. There was still a record of the 911 call from 1985.
Were you having an argument when this occurred, or?
He was murdered, and he also died laying in bed, was shot, and she had also claimed some amnesia in that case.
Colleen was arrested at the scene and immediately charged with Jim Batten's murder.
The attorney that represented her during that trial was Attorney Dave Weiner, and that is the same attorney that had made the telephone call to us on 911.
Upon her arrest in 1985, Colleen claimed to have amnesia. But at her trial about 5 months later, she seemed to have recovered memories from the day Jim was killed.
It was only after she worked with a psychologist that she was able to somehow remember what had happened.
Colleen testified that on the day of the murder, she confronted Jim with divorce papers.
She was confronting her then husband, Jim Batten, because he molested her daughter, and she was driven to protect her daughter.
She alleged that the discussion escalated into a physical confrontation.
He says he began to sexually assault her, and that he put a gun
Colleen claimed that a struggle ensued, but she managed to get the gun from Jim's hands.
She shot and killed him in self-defense. She was acquitted. At trial, the defense really was able to make Jim Batten out to be a sexual predator, and Colleen is motivated because of this terrible, terrible things that he had done.
According to court records, while Colleen opted not to press charges against Jim Batten at the time, her daughter always maintained that he was guilty of molestation. In the end, Colleen Batten was acquitted of Jim's murder. Armed with this new information, El Dorado County investigators head back to the interview room to confront Colleen about Jim's death.
Did you say your husband?
Yeah,
Okay.
I did.
How was he dead?
What has he done? He was a child molester, and he ended up dying.
And when it comes to details, once again, Colleen's memory fails her.
You don't remember when that was, or the circumstances around that?
I was so long ago. I don't know.
Detectives continue to hold Colleen in the interview room as they keep digging.
The investigators were also making contact with family members and seeing if they can get more information.
Investigators learned that Bob and Colleen's marriage had been on the rocks for some time, largely because Colleen was convinced that Bob was having an affair with a woman in Mongolia.
I don't know how interested in this other woman he was, Bob being 72 and she's approximately 40 years old, but I know that Colleen was concerned about that.
Whether the affair was real or not, Colleen claims Bob's dalliance didn't bother her.
He said, just most pretty wife. He said, I don't know why I did what I did. He said, I'm working on it. And I said, and I know you, unconditionally.
Despite Colleen's explanations, detectives are skeptical.
We have the 1985 case that showed that Colleen had used the same MO. There were a lot of similarities. We had enough probable cause to arrest Colleen at this point.
Before Colleen heads to the county jail, detectives request she get checked out at a local hospital.
While under observation, Colleen seems to have cognitive functioning intact and memory intact.
But they do alert detectives to some concerning physical injuries.
She's got this abrasion in the middle of her chest. She also has some problem with one of her fingers.
Both the injury to her finger and the bruise to her chest would be very consistent with Colleen having held that sawed-off shotgun and having the gun pushed back violently and striking her in the chest.
Autopsy results confirm Bob's cause of death, but pinpointing the time of death is more complicated.
There had been beginning stages of decomposition. That gives me a timeline. That tells me that this person had died not just recently, but many hours before we're even contacted, before the report of the homicide.
Hoping to get more details of the timeline, investigators reach out to the man who made the initial 911 call. Colleen's former defense attorney, David Weiner. And they soon learn he did more than just call the police that day.
He had met with his client out at the crime scene for about an hour and a half before he went to his office and made that call. Weiner has always maintained that he never entered the home. He remained in the driveway and he met with his client inside of his vehicle. He didn't stay at the scene. He didn't stay with his client. He left her on her own to deal with law enforcement. He refused to answer any questions. he didn't know if he was going to be her attorney or not, and that most of this was going to have to wait. That is what a criminal defense attorney representing a client almost certainly should do. The obvious conflict that he would create if he became a witness in the case against his client, Colleen Harris.
Investigators push forward, continuing to build their case. They reach out again to Bob's daughter, 47-year-old Pam Sterling, who agrees to come in for an interview.
The very first thing that she brought up is that Colleen had been the suspect in a homicide in 1985, and they knew about it. Bob knew about it, but Bob didn't seem to be too worried and believed her that it was in self-defense.
Like Colleen, Pam mentions the infidelity, but says that Colleen was extremely upset that Bob might be having an affair. So much so that it had driven Bob to seek a divorce in September of 2012.
She was texting Pam, asking why he's doing this. Is he in love with somebody else?
On a string of texts, Colleen is very hopeful that her and Bob are going to get back together. The next one, she's despondent about Bob leaving her and about their relationship ending.
2 months later, Colleen convinced Bob to come back to the family home, at least temporarily.
Colleen was scheduled to have hip surgery, and she needed someone to help her. Bob moved back. He stated upon her recovery, he was going to move to Tahoe to his second home and end their relationship.
The night before the murder, Bob was still at the home in Placerville when Pam received the last text she would ever get from Colleen.
During that last exchange, Colleen indicated that she had caught Bob on the phone with his girlfriend from Mongolia.
Pam said Colleen was very concerned with Bob being on the phone with this woman.
Talking to Pam, that kind of gives us a little bit of context. Colleen actually was angry about the relationship dissolving. Colleen never mentioned that to us or anything about Bob leaving the home. The moment somebody leaves is the moment that is most dangerous.
Coming up, the Harris home begins to give up its secrets.
She kept extensive journals over the years.
And investigators catch a break.
Not only does she leave her home for that evening, she's able to have the wherewithal to give her location accurately to AAA.
Days after the heinous murder of Bob Harris, investigators are homing in on Bob's wife, Colleen Harris, as the prime suspect.
Once we had received the search warrants, we went back to the residence and we found a series of handwritten journals that were Colleen's. They claimed to have started in 1985. She portrays herself in the journals as a faithful, loving wife whose husband, Bob, is mistreating her. And she forgives him.
While reading the journals, investigators can't ignore a growing hunch.
There's aspects of them that would suggest they're fabricated. Some of the entries had dates, and most did not. And again, the chronology, you'd expect you would write, fill a page, and you go on to the next page. The chronology, following it in that context, didn't really fit. And that's why I strongly suspect that they were written retrospectively.
That would indicate a great deal of planning. The amount of time that it would take to fill years worth of journals would have to have been started months in advance.
Hoping to bolster their case for first-degree murder, investigators keep digging.
we felt that writing a search warrant for the cell phone records of Colleen may give us more information. When we received the results of those cell phone records, it was alarming.
In the hours after investigators believe Bob was murdered, they trace Colleen's movements.
During her interview, Colleen had claimed that she never left the house on Wilderness Way on the weekend of the murder. But we found out that her cell phone traveled from the Wilderness Way address all the way down Highway 50 to Highway 80 and to the Bay Area. So this wasn't a woman who was in a fog. This wasn't a woman who had remained in the Wilderness Way address like she claimed.
Records show that following Bob's murder, Colleen made the 3-hour drive to San Francisco, arriving around 10 a.m. On her way home, she makes a stop because her car becomes inoperable. And because of that, she has to call AAA and ask for a tow truck.
We were able to get the recording of Colleen Harris calling AAA from the side of US 80.
Thank you for calling AAA. This is Diane. May I have your name, please? Colleen Harris. Yes, Miss Harris. Are you in a safe location? Yeah, I did a complete circle on the freeway. Luckily, nobody was behind me or on the side of me. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the car won't start.
She was very articulate. She stated where she was at, what she needed, how to get there. There doesn't seem to be any confusion. And that was just the information that we were looking for to confirm that this claim of amnesia is false.
They're able to find that not only does she leave her home for that evening, then on her way home, she's able to have the wherewithal to give her location accurately to AAA. Now, investigators want to know where Colleen was headed and why.
We found one of the towers the phone pinged off of was right next to Colleen Harris's adult son's residence in San Francisco. We found that to be odd because during this period, she was claiming to be in a great fog. After finding this information, we attempted to contact her son, Wesley Thornberry. Initially, Wesley said he didn't have any contact with his mother on Sunday, January 6th.
However, Wesley tells investigators that his mother did try to call him that morning.
She was in the Bay Area, and she was hoping to meet up with him, but he insisted that he never actually met up with her. He was unable to do so because Wesley had gone out to brunch with his fiancée.
Certain there is more to this story, detectives take a closer look at Colleen and Bob's finances, and they stumble across something that sparks their interest.
Colleen and Bob had actually divorced for about a year in 2004. And apparently, the divorce was done so that Colleen could take advantage of some financial death benefits from her former husband, Jim Batten.
She got his survivor benefits, I think $1,100 a month.
They had remarried after Colleen had been able to secure those benefits. At the very least, it proved how keenly focused Colleen was on finances.
Investigators learned that Colleen could expect another payday following Bob's death.
Bob had had a long career and a pension, and they were well off with an estate of approximately $1 million.
Both cases, she stood to gain from the demise of her husband.
As detectives are collecting evidence of Colleen's motives, they get a strange call from David Weiner.
I was contacted by attorney Dave Weiner. He stated that he had some possessions that were given to him that he wanted or felt that needed to be turned over to law enforcement. So he didn't tell us the relevance of it. And essentially, attorney Weiner had stated, "You'll find out."
for Colleen's trip to the Bay Area is finally revealed.
The entire collection is probably worth $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 or so.
And later, it's deja vu all over again.
In the middle of the trial, Colleen says that she starts to get some memory back.
As Colleen Harris awaits trial for the shooting death of her husband, Bob Harris, investigators get a surprising phone call.
I was contacted by attorney Dave Weiner. He'd represented her in Jim Batten's homicide, and he was representing her in the homicide. Now, he had property that belonged to Bob Harris, and it included a large coin collection. We subsequently learned that those items were brought to him by Colleen Harris's son, Wesley. He took all those items and gave them to David Weiner, as opposed to giving them to the police. Wesley claimed that he found the items in his garage after his mother had been arrested for the murder of Bob Harris.
Colleen brought a bunch of coins down to Wesley, left them in his garage. According to him, never saw him, and then driven back up. The entire collection was probably worth $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 or so.
On March 17th, 2015, the trial for Bob's murder gets underway. When the coin collection is addressed, it points to more scheming by Colleen.
She claimed at trial that she moved the coin collection so that they wouldn't be stolen. But that never made particular sense to me. And I've always strongly suspected that she had some idea that she would stage the house to look like it had been broken into, and could claim that she came home, she found Bob, and he must have been killed by whoever broke into the house. But I've always believed that Colleen had shifting ideas about what she was going to do to get away with this crime. And so it seemed that's something that she abandoned and didn't follow through with.
Prosecutors lay out a timeline of events leading up to Bob's murder.
Colleen and Bob had dinner on Saturday night and watched the television. Bob, at some point in time, must have disclosed that it was his plan to drive back up to the South Lake Tahoe cabin on Sunday. The moment she snapped was knowing that he was going to leave.
With Bob set to leave the next morning, Colleen came up with a plan.
She waited until he was asleep, and she went into that bedroom with that sawed-off shotgun, and she leaned across that bed and shot him at near point-blank range, killing him instantly.
Colleen then spent the next several hours plotting her defense.
One of the ideas was trying to clean up the crime scene, and she pretty quickly abandoned that idea because it was just overwhelming.
Instead, Colleen called the same man who helped her back in 1985, defense attorney David Weiner.
She called her lawyer from the crime scene, and then he calls police.
And she met with him hours before law enforcement was notified.
In court, the defense struggles to find their footing the second time around.
The defense kept presenting different defenses: suicide, accident, self-defense, amnesia. I mean, they fluctuated between those different ideas, much like Colleen seemed to fluctuate between different ideas as to how she was going to cover up the murder. The recording of the call to AAA was really compelling because the jury was able to hear in Colleen's own voice, in own words, that she was aware of her surroundings, cognizant. She was answering questions and giving information. This wasn't a woman who was in a fog. Colleen claimed at one point that Bob had assaulted her earlier in that evening.
In the middle of the trial, Colleen says that she starts to get some memory back, and then she's able to get some flashes about some sort of struggle in which she describes she can feel the shotgun with her hands, and that Bob ends up taking control and accidentally fires the weapon, in which he is killed.
None of which is supported by any of the crime scene evidence whatsoever.
After a 5-week trial, it takes the jury less than 2 hours to reach a verdict.
She was convicted of first-degree murder. She was also convicted of a special allegation of using a firearm in order to commit the murder, resulting in an overall sentence of 50 years to life for Colleen Harris.
Even though Colleen finally ended up behind bars, Bob's family still grapples with what could have been.
We think of Grandpa Bob all the time and we talk about him, his children and their children, my kids and his 5 grandkids total. And that's probably the legacy that hopefully will live on, and the kids will all learn who he was and what he did and carry that on forever.
A double murder leaves a family shattered.
The oldest child told me that he woke up to screaming and 2 big men came in to rob Daddy.
There's blood all over the place.
I would describe it as overkill.
As investigators dig, they learn that this family's bond is hard to break.
This is a family that isn't gonna take crap from you.
And each family member covers for the next.
The statements were inconsistent. Someone lied to the police. She was trying to push the blame outside the family.
At the center of it all, investigators find a woman willing to leverage loyalty for her own twisted desire.
Ultimately, she wanted to run around and have fun.
I never would have thought that she was capable of allowing that to happen to the magnitude that it did.
Almost an hour from popular Myrtle Beach sits the much quieter community of Green Sea, South Carolina.
Green Sea is in Horry County, which is not maybe 20, 30 minutes from North Myrtle Beach.
It's always been kind of rural agricultural. You'll see cornfields and tobacco fields and people out there farming and working hard for a living.
It's just before 11 p.m. on June 21st, 2000, when a cryptic 911 call comes into the Horry County Police Department.
If someone to go to 1280 College Drive, a man is over here, he said somebody got killed over there.
How did the person get killed?
I had the slightest idea. The man just came to my door just now, driving and saying, please call the police. Would you please hurry?
You don't know who that person is?
No, ma'am, I don't know.
Officers race to the scene, unsure of what they'll find. As they approach the address, they are met by 55-year-old Johnny Neely and his daughter, Connie Brown.
Johnny Neely advised the responding officers that 2 men had just broken into his daughter's residence on Olive Drive and attacked and assaulted her husband, Billy Ray Brown. Johnny's trailer is next door to their trailer.
Connie tells officers that Billy Ray's friend, Ronnie McDowell, had been crashing on their couch for the night. Concerned that the attackers may still be inside, officers cautiously approach Connie's trailer.
What they saw when they went in was a very bloody crime scene. There was blood all over the place. There were trails of blood throughout the house. So they knew something was terribly wrong.
As they make their way toward the master bedroom, officers spot a male body who they believe to be Connie's husband, 46-year-old Billy Ray Brown.
He was on the floor next to the bed. You could visibly see a lot of blood and trauma to his body.
The officers continue their sweep when they stumble upon a second body in the hallway bathroom.
Once the responding officers have the crime scene secured, that's when they made contact with dispatch to go ahead and have crime scene and violent crimes respond.
While officers wait for homicide detectives to arrive, they head over to Johnny's home to break the news to Connie and her young children.
Connie and Billy Ray had 3 children, 2 young men and then a baby in arms. Billy Ray, he didn't have much of a record, if any. He was just a hard-working guy. Certainly, we'd had no reason to believe someone out there wanted to kill him.
Billy Ray Brown was born on May 25th, 1954, and raised in Green Sea, South Carolina.
Billy was a hard worker, and he was a really good friend.
Billy could often be found helping out at a local bar owned by his aunt and uncle.
It was just this little old country store kind of place that they had made a bar. I want to say he was like the flower of the family because he took care of all of them. I know he helped them out a lot, especially around the bar, because that was a family business for them. He drove cement mixers as well with my dad. We worked for the same company.
In the spring of 1991, Billy Ray was already once divorced when Johnny Neely introduced him to his daughter, Connie.
There was about 22 or 23 years age difference between Connie and Billy. I remember saying to myself, God, he's old. He was about 38, I think, when they met. And her being 16 made me think, wow, what are you doing here? But they got along good, and I liked that. He respected Connie a lot. It wasn't very long after they met, they got together.
Born on April 9th, 1975, Connie was the second of Melba and Johnny Neely's 5 children.
Growing up with 4 younger siblings, it was a challenge, but it wasn't anything that we didn't do together. We had some really good times, but we had rough times too. There was a bad alcohol problem my mom and dad developed over the years.
Connie was often left to mother her younger siblings.
Connie took it personally to a degree because she kind of felt like, why am I not good enough for mom and dad to not drink?
I am the one who called social services. Connie and myself, we couldn't do anymore. We ended up in children's home in foster care for 2 years, and that's where they split us all up.
Losing the kids eventually inspired Johnny and Melba to get their act together. 2 years later, the family reunited.
The reuniting of us coming back home to mom and dad and all being a family again was great. But truth is, it didn't last long enough because I had to leave here in the military, and Connie ultimately met Billy and moved out from home.
At first, Connie's family balked at the 22-year age difference.
As far as the family being protected of one another, it was solid as steel. You couldn't get through. It was obvious that Connie was over the mom life that she led early in her teens, helping me with the other kids. Because once she met Billy, she changed completely. Billy was a great provider. She fell in love. No one else mattered. It was all about him.
Billy Ray was taking care of not only Connie, but Johnny and her brother, Andy, as well.
Billy Ray and Andy were close. They would go fishing together and just hang out, as boys do.
Billy Ray's family embraced Connie, even offering the teenager shifts at the family business.
She was bartending for them at such a young age, too. It was allowed because it was just this little country store. And it's not like the authorities were there watching. When they spoke of marriage, I heard at 16, my dad kind of stepped out of it because he thought it was just Mom's decision. But that's ultimately what it ended up being, was Mama's decision.
In the end, Connie's mother signed off on the marriage.
They lived in an old trailer that Billy Ray had bought and fixed up.
Over the next 9 years, the couple had 3 kids. Billy Ray Jr., Tanner, and Matthew.
She was a wonderful mother. She didn't go anywhere without her boys. Billy Ray was a very hard worker. He provided for his family.
In 1999, Connie's parents, Melba and Johnny, split up.
He had started partying again, and she had it. When they separated, Dad went and lived in a mobile home that was on the same property as Connie and Billy's property. So they were living really close. When I'd go to visit, it was a happy life. Kids were happy playing with their toys on the floor. It was just a normal life. It seemed.
Until the night of June 21st, 2000, when a violent attack inside the family's trailer leaves Billy Ray and his good friend Ronnie McDowell dead.
There were 2 blood trails. One that led from the door to the back bedroom, where we found Billy Ray Brown. There's a second trail that started at the door and went to the bathroom. That's where we found Ronnie. This was a stabbing, and stabbings are bloody. And there were bruises consistent with being hit by a stick.
The 2 men were beaten, stabbed, and their throats were cut. A little before 1 a.m., detectives head to Johnny Neely's home, where officers are waiting with the family. Before talking to Connie, investigators check on her 3 young sons. 7-year-old Billy Ray Jr. tells them he was asleep in the living room when the attack began.
He told me that he woke up to screaming. Billy said his mama told him that 2 men had come in. Billy said he didn't see the men.
5-year-old Tanner adds to the story.
He stated that his mama told him that 2 big men came in to rob Daddy. He also said that Mama told him they had knives.
Both boys are physically unharmed, but investigators aren't sold on their stories just yet.
It was a little odd that both children were telling me information that their mother had told them.
Detectives have to wonder, did Connie coach her kids about what to tell police?
The oldest had blood on his foot, and the middle child, Tanner, had blood on his hands and feet, which tells me they were in close proximity when this occurred, if not right there when it occurred.
Coming up, an entire town on edge.
When somebody comes out of the blue from nowhere and kills someone, that causes fear in the community.
And investigators look for answers close to home.
She did say that he had his face covered, but she knew who he was.
June 22nd, 2000. At 12:50 a.m., Horry County homicide detectives are questioning the family of Connie and Billy Ray Brown after Billy Ray and his friend Ronnie McDowell are found dead.
Connie advised that she had went to bed around 10:15 p.m. that night. About 10:30, she heard a knock at the back door and a commotion. And that's when she came out to see what was going on.
She said two people came in and assaulted her husband and that she didn't realize who was coming in.
One was striking Billy with a stick. He was wearing all dark colors and a face covering. She said, with the commotion going on, Ronnie McDowell, at that point in time, tries to intervene. And that's when she gathered up her 3 children and went to her dad Johnny's house next door. Johnny Neely didn't have a residential phone, so he went down the road to call 911.
When investigators ask if Connie knows the men who attacked Billy Ray and Ronnie, they are stunned by her response.
Connie had said that Andy Neely was striking Billy with a stick. Andy Neely was Connie Brown's brother. Connie also said that there was a black male with Andy that she believed was a friend of Andy's.
When Andy was in the trailer attacking Billy Ray, she asked him what he was doing, and he said that was none of her concern.
Connie's revelation is shocking, but for detectives, her story isn't quite adding up.
She told first officers the same version she told her father. She said nothing about Andy being involved, but they told a different version when she was interviewed by detectives.
Sometimes you never know with people that they don't want their kids to know that their uncle is involved in something like that, a crime against their dad.
They also questioned why he had his face covered. She knew who he was. Certainly, Connie would have recognized her brother, even with a mask on. The only reason I can think that they would have hidden their faces was just in case one of the children woke up or somebody saw them from the outside.
While Connie's interview raises a lot of questions, it does give detectives their first lead.
When somebody comes out of the blue from nowhere and kills someone, that causes fear in the community. But it wasn't a random event. This was a family affair.
It did strike me as odd because Connie had indicated that Andy and Billy Ray were the best of friends.
Finding Andy becomes investigators' top priority.
I spoke to Johnny Neely. He advised that he hadn't seen Andy Neely, his son, since 8:30 p.m. In speaking with Johnny, it did not appear that he had any knowledge of what had occurred at his daughter's trailer next door.
Johnny tells them that his son doesn't have a permanent address.
Johnny said Andy bounced around. He would stay with Billy and Connie at times. Johnny said he'd also stay over in Green Acres at times. At Jodas's home, Jodas Washington was Melba Neely's boyfriend. Johnny said Andy was driving an 86 Burgundy Honda Civic 4-door with Tennessee tags.
Police immediately put out a bolo on the vehicle. And only a few hours later, they get a call that Andy's car has been spotted just over the border in Green Acres, North Carolina.
Columbus County Sheriff's Office located the vehicle at Jodas's home.
My mom started dating Jodas Washington, a friend of mine from school. They dated off and on. They were on for a good month, heavy dating, living together.
Eager to catch Andy before he takes off again, investigators rush to the home. Inside, they find Andy and Jodas, as well as Connie's mother, Melba, and Connie's sister, Renee.
Andy and Melba voluntarily went with detectives back to the Loras Magistrate's office to be interviewed. I stayed and interviewed Jodas and Renee.
investigators inform Renee of Connie's account of the murder.
We told her that Connie had indicated that Andy was the attacker the previous evening. But Renee advised that she had been with Andy since 8 o'clock the previous evening, and that she begged Andy also to stay with her because she hadn't seen him much lately. It appears that Renee is trying to give Andy an alibi.
Next, authorities turn to Melba Neely's boyfriend, 29-year-old Jodis Washington.
When I interviewed Jodis Washington, he said that he was asleep at 9 p.m. the previous evening until this morning, and that Andy's car is parked near his window, so he would have heard it if it moved.
The statements were inconsistent with the statements that Connie herself made to the police. Someone was lying to the police.
Detective DeBerry heads back to the station where Andy and his mother Melba are being questioned.
Melba advised that she was over at her husband's Johnny's trailer, which is next door to Connie's, from about 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. with Connie and the kids over there.
Melba tells detectives that Renee and Andy were also there, and that Connie was very upset.
Renee was with them over at Johnny's trailer, and Connie was telling her how Billy Ray had been beating her and throwing the kids around.
Coming up, did a loyal brother decide to take the law into his own hands?
There were allegations of domestic violence and violence against kids.
Or is there something bigger at play?
This is a family that isn't going to take crap from you. They're going to fight back.
Less than 24 hours have passed since the brutal murders of Connie Brown's husband, Billy Ray, and his friend, Ronnie McDowell, when investigators uncover a potential motive for the killings.
There had been prior instances of abuse that Melba was aware of between Billy Ray and Connie. But when Melba found out that one of the children was being abused, she was very upset. She said it was bad enough that Connie was being abused, but now you've put an innocent child into it.
But the revelations don't stop there. Melba says Andy wasn't the only one who wanted to teach Billy Ray a lesson.
Melba advised that upon learning this information that Andy and Renee said that Billy Ray needed an ass whipping.
This is a family that isn't going to take crap from you. They're going to fight back.
Melba says the alleged abuse against his child was the last straw, and the family decided to pay Billy Ray a visit that same night.
Melba advised that when they drove over there, they parked on the side of the road. She went and knocked on the door, and Connie answered the door. Billy Ray came out and started cussing her, and that's when Andy struck Billy Ray with the stick. She also told us she saw Jodis cut Billy's throat when he was on the porch. Melba helps Connie get the children over to Johnny's house, and then she leaves with Jodis, Renee, and Andy in the vehicle and goes back to Green Acres. She said that she went to bed around 11:30 p.m. She didn't get up till 9 a.m. Renee and Andy had went back to Connie's that morning, and when they came back, they told her that Billy Ray was dead.
versions of what took place the night of the murders.
Renee stated she had been with Andy the previous evening and hadn't seen Billy Ray all day. Connie told us she was in the bedroom asleep and that Billy Ray had answered the door, when in fact her mother, Melba, now states that Connie answered the door at 10:30 at night. Detective Merritt and I both believed that Connie had some type of involvement in this incident.
While Melba is being questioned, Andy's interview is taking place in another room.
Andy waives his rights and wishes to speak to us.
Andy Neely was a very kind of laid-back kid. He didn't have a record of assaulting people or anything like that.
Andy tells them that after listening to Connie's tales of abuse earlier in the day, he went to her trailer with his mom, Jodis, and Renee around 10:30 that night to deliver a beatdown on Billy Ray. Andy brought a special weapon along, one he had made himself.
Andy said that there were two weapons. There was a large kitchen knife and a stick that was, I would say, 4 feet long. It was carved with Neely powder. It's something that Andy had made when he was younger.
Andy advised that when they got there that Melba and Renee knocked on the door while him and Jodis kind of hid in the shadows.
Connie answered. And when Connie called Billy Ray to the door, the two men jumped out and went after him. And that was part of the plan.
Andy advised that he struck Billy Ray in the head with the large stick that he had. After Billy Ray dropped to the porch, Andy advised that Jodis jumped up and cut Billy Ray's throat.
Andy claims the plan had only been to beat up Billy Ray, and Jodis's escalation came as a surprise to everyone. But investigators aren't buying it.
We don't know when it switched over from beating him up to killing him. But the knife, which was a large kitchen knife, very long, they brought with them. So it seemed all that was part of the plan.
What Andy is telling us is matching up with what Melba said and the physical evidence, what we saw based on the blood spatter and where the blood pooling and all took place.
As for Ronnie McDowell, Andy says he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Ronnie McDowell wasn't supposed to be there. He had just been forced from his own home because of a domestic violence investigation, and he couldn't stay there. So he went to stay with his friend Billy Ray.
With the commotion going on, Ronnie McDowell awakens from the couch and goes to the door to see what's going on. Andy tells him, "This doesn't concern you." And Ronnie tries to intervene.
They had to deal with a witness that they hadn't expected.
An altercation starts to occur. Ronnie turns around and runs and goes to the right, down to the bathroom. Jodis and Andy give chase and proceed to beat and stab Ronnie.
Meanwhile, Andy tells them even with his throat cut, Billy Ray was still alive and trying to get to a gun he kept in his bedroom.
Billy Ray is able to drag himself into the living room where he is bleeding profusely, somehow gets to the bedroom, and Andy alleged him and Jodis beat and stabbed Billy Ray in the bedroom.
Investigators have enough to place both Andy and his mother Melba under arrest. And based on their statements, investigators also obtain arrest warrants for Renee Young and Jodis Washington. But But when authorities return to Jodas's house, they find it empty.
Jodis and Renee, they were not at the residence. They were on the run.
While the search is underway for Renee and Jodis, detectives take another look at Connie.
First, she tells Johnny the false story that was passed on to 911, and then she told us it was her brother. She didn't tell us that she answered the door. She was looking like a liar.
We just didn't have enough to charge her because none of them had really stated that Connie was in on her.
Just hours later, investigators get a break. Renee is located at a house in Tabor City and placed under arrest. Investigators are eager to hear if Renee has changed her tune in light of her mother and brother's arrests.
Renee was interviewed again after she was given her Miranda rights, where she waived her rights and decided to speak with us.
At that point, Renee really wanted to look at saving herself. She pretty much gave up the whole plot.
Coming up, a stark confession leads detectives to a crude murder weapon.
The Neely power stick was thrown out by the side of the road.
And will Connie's dark secrets finally be exposed?
Billy Ray and Connie did have a volatile relationship.
On July 23rd, 2000, 2 days after the vicious attack that killed Billy Ray Brown and his friend Ronnie McDowell, Melba Neely, her son Andy, and daughter Renee are in police custody. Melba's boyfriend, Jodis Washington, is still at large.
According to Melba and Andy, the plan was just to beat him up. But Jodis Washington got in there and it switched over from beating him up to killing him.
However, when investigators sit down with Renee following her arrest, she changes her story again. But this time, investigators suspect they're getting a little closer to the truth.
Renee advised that all four of them, Melba, her, Jodis, and Andy, all went to the residence because Billy needed to be killed.
She said they had a basic plan, which was that they would go over to the house and kill him there. We found Renee's story to be the most forthcoming because you can't help but know that a murder's going to happen when one of the people has a knife.
That gives us the premeditation involved for all four to drive all the way over there after that statement, knowing exactly what was going to happen.
The results of forensic testing at the crime scene roll in, and they're damning.
We found fingerprints in the getaway vehicle that was used for Melba, Renee, Jodis, and Andy to come to the house. But the only complete match was Jodis Washington.
Hours after Renee's statement, Jodis Washington walks into the Columbus County Sheriff's Station and turns himself in.
Jodis knew that we had everybody else in the family in custody and just went ahead and turned himself in. Jodis invoked his right to remain silent and never spoke with us.
The rest of the Neely clan reels from news of the arrests.
I was devastated. I didn't see how that could have came about or how they're saying my brother's responsible for it. I went and visited each one of them. They were all full of regret. No matter if I asked, tell me what happened. At that point, their state of mind was protecting and defending one another. They wouldn't give me any details or why even.
Meanwhile, investigators investigators look into Connie's allegations of abuse.
What we know about Connie and Billy's relationship, we mostly got from Connie. And for what it's worth, she said that there wasn't abuse going on there. The children never complained of anything. We didn't have independent, no bruises, no police reports or anything like that.
However, friends of the family tell investigators that Billy Ray and Connie did have a volatile relationship.
Connie's relationship with Billy Ray, there had been some heavy drinking. As far as Billy Ray was concerned, Connie knew that she had children to take care of and that she had duties and that she couldn't completely let herself go.
But no matter how hard they look, they find nothing to link Connie to the murders.
As far as thinking that Connie has some involvement, sure, that's what we thought. But we didn't have any evidence that we could actually use to prove that or to establish probable cause because nobody else had implicated her.
Seemingly in the clear, Connie goes about her business.
I didn't believe her participating with any of it. The police, they were really pointing the finger at her. And so I wanted to protect her. She had the kids. When I got my own place, she moved in with us, her and the boys.
As prosecutors and investigators prepare for 4 murder trials, Renee's attorneys and prosecutors reach a plea deal.
There were only 5 living adults that knew what happened that day. There wasn't enough to prove our case without statements from at least some of them. We had to make a deal with someone. Renee was most forthcoming. She was obviously the one that was most cooperative.
Renee also agrees to help in the hunt for the murder weapon.
At the scene, we never located a stick or any knives. On July 6th, we assigned Renee out of the detention center. She advised that she would assist us in locating the stick that was used in the crime and the knife.
Renee tells investigators the weapons were disposed of on the ride home from the crime scene.
The Neely power stick was thrown out by the side of the road.
We were able to locate the stick off the side of the road. The stick was actually broken in half, and you could see with the eye blood spatter on the stick.
They are unable to locate the knife, but the discovery of the Neely stick will strengthen the prosecution's case against the 4 accused.
The plea agreement with Renee was that she had to testify truthfully in all trials arising from the facts of murder.
On August 7th, 2001, over a year since Billy Ray and Ronnie McDowell's murders, Renee finally confirms what law enforcement has suspected all along.
She told us that Connie was the reason that it happened, that she's the ones that asked them to do something about Billy Ray.
According to Renee, Connie knew the plan when she opened the door.
The plan was to kill Billy Ray. The attack was planned for that night. Renee and Jodis at one point did draw out a map of Billy Ray's house, more so for planning the attack than for anything else. Connie knew it was coming, and she was acting a part of it to lure Billy Ray to the door.
Even though Jodis wasn't family, Renee alleges he was eager to help.
Renee told us that Jodis had said, "I've never knifed someone. All I know it's like to knife someone, so I want to use a knife."
Renee confirms that killing Ronnie McDowell was never part of the plan.
Ronnie McDowell was at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Connie didn't do anything to say, "Stop, no, this isn't good night, there's somebody else here." She let it go on, knowing that Ronnie was there and would probably have to be disposed of as well.
I think Renee had remorse and probably also, well, why am I paying for this? He was your husband. You wanted this done.
With Renee's statement, investigators finally have enough to obtain a warrant for Connie's arrest. The next day, on August 8th, investigators inform Connie that she must turn herself in.
Her and the boys, they were all living with me, and we signed notarized statements giving me custody to take the babies to the hospital for emergencies and everything like that, and get them in school. Then I drove her there, and I remember the arresting officers telling her that they were charging her with double homicide.
Coming up, a family's once united front splinters in the courtroom.
Renee Neely is the star witness.
And Connie fights back.
She wouldn't have done this in her own home with her children there.
Almost a year after the murders of Billy Ray Brown and his friend Ronnie McDowell, Billy Ray's wife, Connie Brown, is taken into custody.
Because she was present at the scene and aiding and abetting her family in doing it, she was charged as a principal in murder.
In October 2001, Connie's brother, Andy Neely, appears before a judge.
It came right down to it. Andy did not want to testify against his family. He wasn't willing to cooperate. He ultimately pled guilty and received a life sentence.
A month later, Melba and Jonas go on trial.
Renee Neely is the star witness testifying against both Jonas and Melba. The jury found Melba guilty and sentenced her to 35 years. Jonas Washington was found not guilty by the jury and released. How they came to that conclusion, but all their attorney kept yelling about, his fingerprint was there before, it was there before, he doesn't know anything about it, he was asleep.
His attorney basically said that Renee was lying. Renee was the primary way we had to prove Jonas' involvement, other than showing that they were associates, because they never recovered the knife. He convinced the jury that Renee had lied, and not him being present. She was trying to push the blame outside the family.
In the eyes of the law, Jonas is completely innocent of these crimes. Almost a year later, on June 18th, 2002, 27-year-old Connie Brown finally stands trial for murder.
We wanted the jury to know that Connie was in on this from the beginning, that she helped plan it, she was a driving force behind it, and that came from Renee, her sister's testimony.
Throughout the trial, Connie maintains her innocence.
Connie Brown's defense tried to argue that she wouldn't have done this in her own home with her children there, but her argument was the plan at the beginning was that it was going to happen on the porch, and the children were inside asleep. I don't think it was ever meant to come back into the house like it did. She opened the door and got Billy Ray to come to the door for the attack to take place. So she was part of the planning and part of the execution. Our theory of the case was that Connie just wanted to be rid of Billy Ray. It seems mostly this is a crime to get rid of an inconvenient husband.
On September 19th, 2002, the jury convenes. That same day, they reach a verdict.
On September 2002, Connie Brown is found guilty and sentenced to life in prison for her involvement in the deaths of her husband, Billy Ray Brown, and his friend, Ronnie McDowell.
I think it's important for people to know that this family was not your typical family. They are extremely close-knit. They truly thought that they could help Connie in this situation. They thought they were doing her a favor.
Instead, they left a wave of destruction in their wake.
What destroyed that family? There was a mother and a father and 3 children. And the father was dead and the mother went off to prison.
Ronnie, poor fellow, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I never would have thought that Connie was capable of guiding them or even allowing that to happen to the magnitude that it did. It could have been prevented just by her leaving Billy.
A single mother finds love with a wealthy doctor.
Things were going really well for them. They lived a lavish lifestyle. They had a successful business. We're going to be rich. We're going to be well known. Life's going to be great.
Until their fairy tale life suddenly erupts with a violent death.
She was hysterical. She had blood on her. She was frantic.
We were being told it was spousal abuse and one was defending herself.
As detectives talk to witnesses, they wonder who is telling the truth.
He believed someone was trying to harm him, and he didn't know who it was. My experience tells me that there's more to the story than what they're telling me.
But when a young witness finally breaks her silence, is it too late?
The women are plotting to kill some of the key witnesses. She had a way of getting people to do what she wanted. She scared the daylights out of me.
They suggested that I didn't go anywhere until after the trial, so I started looking over my shoulder all the time.
She just wanted to cause chaos. She wanted prestige. She wanted anything she could get, and any way she was going to get it.
March 28th, 1980, Melbourne, Florida. It's 6:15 p.m. when the Melbourne Police Department receives a panic-stricken 911 call.
They received a call from a Priscilla Bradford who was hysterical on the phone, saying that she had killed her husband.
Officers are dispatched and they quickly arrive at the home of 36-year-old Priscilla Bradford.
When the officer arrived on the scene, Mrs. Bradford ordered out and killed him. Or I had to kill him. It was self-defense.
As they get further into the home, officers find Priscilla is not alone.
The officer sees that there's 4 people. All 3 women were identified, Eden being Priscilla Bradford's daughter. Joyce Cummings and Janice Gould were identified as employees and friends of Priscilla Bradford.
I remember little snippets where the cops had arrived and I was sitting on the couch. In my mind, I still didn't grasp the reality, the enormity of this, that this is real.
Priscilla had bruising on the face. She had a cut on her left arm. The other 2 girls had bruises.
As officers search the home, they quickly discover the body of Priscilla's husband, 53-year-old John Bradford.
They found him near the kitchen on the floor, laying on his back. He was dead. He had several injuries to his head and torso, upper torso.
I saw the whole scene. I saw John. He had a significant amount of blood loss from the head and facial injuries he sustained.
It was horrific. It really was. It was just a bloody mess. He was unrecognizable.
The officers summoned detectives to the chaotic scene.
All we know right then and there is that we have 1 person laying dead on the floor of his home. And that Priscilla Bradford hysterically is saying she had to do it to defend herself.
You start breaking everything down and see if everything fits together. The stories that are being told to you. There's so many different things going on, and it's like a big giant puzzle. And you've got to put all the pieces together.
John Bradford was born in 1926 in Crowell, Texas.
My stepfather, Dr. John Bradford, was from a very large family. These were really devout, strong Texan men, good caliber of people.
Given that strong work ethic, John decided to pursue a career in the medical field.
After obtaining a degree in optometry, John moved to Florida with his first wife, where he opened his own practice.
His office was in Melbourne, Florida. His focus was to make sure people could see well, and he would do anything he could to help them.
After almost 30 years of marriage and having raised 2 kids together, John and his first wife divorced.
I think that was amicable because they had children together. Of course, they were grown, but he and his ex-wife would remain in contact.
Even after splitting his assets, by then, John was a wealthy man.
Dr. Bradford had a lucrative and successful practice as an optometrist, and he liked what he did.
In 1976, one patient in particular caught his eye, a striking young woman named Priscilla Hadley.
My mother, Priscilla, went to go see him to get an eye exam and get her glasses, and that's how they met. And they started dating pretty quickly after.
Priscilla Hadley was born in 1943 in Newark, New Jersey, to Mildred and Ronald Hadley.
Growing up, I think my mother had a good relationship with her parents. She adored her dad and her mom.
In her early 20s, Priscilla left the comfort of her parents' sprawling New Jersey home to take on the role of an army wife. On January 11th, 1966, Priscilla gave birth to a daughter, Eden.
My parents met sometime in the northeast of the country back probably around 1965. I was born in January of 66. My father was still active duty in the Army, so he moved to Florida sometime in the mid-70s. My dad was gone a lot, early. But by the time I started going to school, I think he had remained stateside.
After over 10 years together, the marriage was falling apart. And by the time Eden was 11, the couple divorced.
I don't know what faltered between my mother and my father leading to their divorce, but I don't ever remember anything really bad. I was going into the 6th grade. My mother was going through her divorce, and Dr. Bradford went through his divorce, and they met in the middle.
Priscilla was a beautiful woman. They started spending all their time together.
And then, a few months later, by November of 77, they were married. I liked him. He was a really neat guy. And he really, really worked hard at including me, as a member of his family.
After the wedding, Priscilla and Eden moved into John's home. Priscilla quickly became an integral part of John's business.
Dr. Bradford was real attracted to my mother's business sense, entrepreneurship, her ideas and thoughts about things.
John brought Priscilla in as a partial owner. Together, they expanded the practice.
Dr. Bradford is not only a doctor, but he had the lab there that created lenses for glasses and things of that nature.
It was one of the only labs in town, and I think that they were bringing in some money. Pretty good money. Dr. Bradford's role in the lab was that of he was the owner, and he was the doctor that we were generally making lenses for at the lab.
My mother was just so enthralled by this whole idea, this whole fairy tale she had in her head. Gonna marry a doctor, we're gonna run a lab, we're gonna be rich, life's gonna be great.
Things were going great for John and Priscilla. They were living a lavish life, they were partying, running a successful business before it all came crashing down.
Less than 3 years into their marriage, the bride has killed the groom.
Priscilla Bradford, she's hysterical. She's in shock. The officers also see 3 other women in the house. Janice Gould, 34, and Joyce Cummings, 18. They are both employees at the optometry lab. And also there is Priscilla's teenage daughter, Eden.
When detectives arrive, the women are being tended to by paramedics.
Priscilla has a 2-inch cut on her wrist. She's got some bruising on her face, and she's covered in blood.
Joyce and Janice had bruises. The injuries were minor. Nothing that was, that I know of, was showing any blood. So she was saying she had to defend herself. The other girls that were there were stating that, they were trying to restrain him because, according to them, he was going to kill Priscilla Bradford.
A look at the scene around John's body backs up Priscilla's claims of a violent confrontation.
The house was also in disarray. Broken glass, things were thrown around. There was a steel skillet, frying pan that was broken laying near him. There was a bottle capper as well near his body.
Although the women insist this was self-defense, detectives have to dig further to corroborate their claims.
Looking at the scene of his body, they observed the frying pan. The bottom had been broken out of. I guess that's what they used to strike Dr. Bradford with. It's a heavy metal skillet. It would surprise the detective because it would take a lot of force to break that frying pan in half. He would have to strike it continually several times. It appeared excessive because he might have felt that she needed more force because he's a man. But, would it be suspicious? Yes. And my experience tells me that there's more to this story than what they're telling me.
Coming up, detectives encounter alarming behavior.
My grandmother elbowed me and she talked too much.
And the truth begins to unfold.
They just didn't get along at all. One time I do remember her saying that he slapped her.
Detectives with the Melbourne Police Department are investigating the death of 53-year-old optometrist John Bradford. John's wife, Priscilla, claims she and her 2 friends, Janice and Joyce, fought back after John attacked her.
After the police arrived, all of us ended up at the hospital. My grandparents also arrived at the hospital, and I believe I went home with them.
At the ER, Priscilla, Joyce, and Janice are separated and examined by doctors.
Priscilla got cut during the confrontation. The doctor at the hospital wants to take a picture of it to just document that she was injured.
After receiving 5 stitches on her wrist, a detective meets with Priscilla in her room. Priscilla says that earlier that day, she had been hanging with her friends, 18-year-old Joyce Cummings and 34-year-old Janice Gould.
Janice Gould worked for my mother at the lab, and Joyce Cummings was also just another regular lab employee, making glasses, running errands.
Priscilla had invited Joyce and Janice over for drinks and to spend some time at the pool, and they were going to leave before John Bradford came home. He was expected home at 8 o'clock, but he ended up coming home at 5:30.
Priscilla says when she went inside to meet John, it was clear an argument they had earlier was lingering.
Priscilla says that earlier in the day before he went to work. They got into a big argument.
So my mother had called Dr. Bradford and said, I've got some real nice steaks. We're going to have steaks tonight. We can talk about things.
So when he sees who's in the house, he becomes irate.
Janice and Joyce heard my mother yelling for help. And they ran into the house and saw that he was hitting her.
They observed Dr. Bradford with the bottle capper about to strike Priscilla Bradford. Priscilla said Janice steps in the way, somehow trying to assist her. And he's continuing. Then all three women try to get him down, to make him stop.
Priscilla says they fought John off until he was unconscious on the floor. At which point Eden came out of her room.
She says that Eden didn't see anything. She was taking a shower and the stereo was going.
When investigators attempt to speak with Joyce and Janice, they find the women are still in shock.
The injuries were minor, but they appeared at the time to be so upset. So they told them to go home, relax, and to come in the next day and give a statement.
Back at the station, detectives learn that police had been summoned to the home several times by Priscilla and John. In fact, they learn Priscilla reported the most recent incident that same morning.
She was bruised and battered, and she wanted to file a report against her husband, Dr. Bradford. Domestic violence is treated quite differently than it is today. First of all, the victim had to file a complaint against the person. Then there was a follow-up on the complaint itself. But however, today, if the wife had a bloody lip and she accused her husband or live-in boyfriend of assaulting her, he would immediately be arrested by law, taken into custody.
Before police were able to follow up on Priscilla's complaint, Dr. Bradford was dead.
The detectives found out that there had been problems with the marriage. There had been domestic violence, accused on both sides.
The day after the murder, detectives sit down with Janice and Joyce at the station. They start with Joyce, and she tells detectives she and Janice arrived at the Bradfords around 4 p.m. with plans to hang by the pool.
Joyce and Janice said they were out by the pool when they heard John Bradford come home, and the two began arguing. They go running in to see what's going on, and they describe Dr. Bradford as raging, aggressive, a man possessed, screaming that he's going to kill him.
I have a lot of problems with her statement. It's just unbelievable. It's more like ranting and raving than an actual incident. It's like it's prepared. We're concerned that there's something more to this story than what everybody's saying. Maybe they're establishing alibis for things that are about to happen, and we needed to take a step back and just check things out before, jumping to a conclusion that this is a self-defense case.
After getting both women on the record, that same day, detectives circle back to Priscilla.
The detectives felt like they need to re-interview Priscilla, so they went to the Hadley residence, which is the parents of Priscilla Bradford.
But when they arrive, they find two familiar but unexpected faces.
Janice and Joyce were at the residence of the Hadleys when they arrived. We thought they were being extremely odd after taking the statements of Janice and Joyce that they would be at the Hadley residence. They must be telling Priscilla what they said to the police.
Detectives consider the possibility that the women might be making sure their stories line up.
We're starting to have concerns about what Priscilla, Janice, and Joyce are saying. It seems awful convenient that they're always in cahoots with each other. They're always with each other.
Priscilla repeats her account of the murder.
Priscilla Bradford is claiming that he was abusing her, and that she was fighting for her life.
But as they talk, detectives note some concerning body language between Eden and Priscilla's mother, Mildred.
I don't recall everything that they were asking me, but I remember my grandmother elbowed me, and she talked too much. Quiet.
Saying the grandmother tried to control Eden's statement. Now it seems that they're trying to hide something. So we would be worried about how to break this case open. Because as long as they stick to the domestic violence story, the self-defense claim would probably stick.
Detectives pay a visit to the optical lab, hoping the employees might shed some light on the relationship between Dr. Bradford and Priscilla.
There was animosity between Priscilla and her husband. I do remember her saying that he slapped her. There was talk of it, but no, I never saw any evidence of Priscilla being beaten or bruised or anything.
Employees say that rumors were flying that John was preparing to leave her.
Dr. Bradford was seeking a divorce from Priscilla Bradford. It was known amongst the employees. They said Priscilla also tried to file for divorce, but later changed her mind because it would not be profitable for her to get a divorce.
And then, a bombshell is dropped.
One of the employees told detectives that Priscilla had been plotting ways to get out of her marriage and hang on to the lab.
Then you start to question what Priscilla Bradford's saying. Okay, now we're getting to the real core of what happened.
Coming up, detectives uncover ruthless attempts to gain control of the lab.
One of the ways they were talking were about planting drugs in his vehicle.
And a witness reveals shocking details.
They took an 8x10 color photo that was just his head and his face. And that was that. I lost it.
Into the investigation, Florida detectives are growing suspicious of Priscilla Bradford's claims that she and two co-workers, Joyce Cummings and Janice Gould, killed her husband John in self-defense. Investigators look into statements of an impending divorce.
I never heard anything vicious come out of John's mouth about the divorce. My mother, on the other hand, oh boy, she was just very rude. I mean, she would say this stuff in front of technically his employees.
One of the co-workers heard Janice, Joyce, and Priscilla talking about planting drugs on him.
Later, I found out that the drugs were going to be planted in John's car in order that they could then call the police and have him arrested for carrying these drugs around.
So they decided to search Dr. Bradford's car and see if the drugs had been planted there.
When detectives search John's vehicle, the rumors are confirmed.
They found the drugs underneath the seat. Now the detectives are dealing with three women that are conspiring together. What else would they do to discredit or kill him?
As investigators' suspicions of Priscilla grow, Dr. Bradford's divorce attorney reaches out to detectives with some startling information.
John told his attorney that he believed Priscilla Bradford was trying to kill him.
John's attorney tells them that in the months leading up to John's death, he became terrified of Priscilla.
He was trying to stay away as much as possible. Every time he'd show up, there's my mother telling him how it's gonna be. That she would cut John down and badmouth him.
Just 1 month prior to his murder, John's attorney says John felt worried enough to adjust his will.
According to the will, Dr. Bradford removes Priscilla Bradford as having any ownership of the business and any ownership of the house, and that he leaves all of his assets to his daughter.
After changing his will, his attorney says John wasn't completely ready to give up on his family. But on March 7th, 3 weeks before John's murder, the attorney received a desperate phone call from him.
John Bradford had reported that he had been struck in the head in his office with a 2x4. He heard a woman's shoes, like a clicking sound, like a woman walking away.
His attorney says John believed it was Priscilla, but with no proof, no charges were pressed. Investigators look to the couple's employees to corroborate the new information. On April 4th, they interview Linda Martino, a former employee at the lab.
We found out through Linda that Priscilla believes that Dr. Bradford was having an affair with Linda.
They did not have an affair, but Priscilla did make it known that she didn't like Linda. I think that the jealousy stemmed strictly from Priscilla wanting total control over everything.
She also tells detectives that following the attack with the 2x4, John told her about another concerning event that took place March 27th, the day before his murder.
John Bradford said that he thought that poison had been added to his drink.
He actually could taste something's wrong with the orange juice, and he didn't drink it.
Linda, I guess, was so fearful of working there because of Priscilla Bradford that she ended up quitting.
Even as the accusations against Priscilla stack up, detectives need more evidence. Investigators contact the one person who might reveal the truth, Eden.
Before Eden's father will let her talk to police, he requests immunity for her, and it's granted.
On April 9th, 12 days after John Bradford's murder, detectives talk with the 14-year-old at her father's home.
I know that I kept reciting the same sentences over and over. That he came home and was beating her up.
Sensing she is holding back, detectives try a different approach.
They took an 8x10 color photo that was just his head and his face. And that was that. I lost it. I broke out crying and screaming and just going crazy. They shocked my system with the horror of that photo. Then the whole story started to come out at that point.
Eden says her mother's relationship with John had really soured over the last several months.
She didn't want him anymore. She just wanted the lab. She thought that maybe the only way to get the money that she wants out of it was to not divorce him, but kill him.
Eden says Priscilla put together a killing squad, recruiting her friends and employees, Joyce and Janice, to help.
Joyce became involved with all of this because Priscilla had promised her a cut of the proceeds. And also Janice Gould. It was all about money. It was all about money and control.
Eden gives details that corroborate the two unsuccessful attempts on John's life.
Priscilla hit John in the head with a 2x4. John told me what happened. He said you'd call your dad, have him come get you. Also, around that time, one of the women gets a hold of a bunch of black beauties. It's a speed. I saw my mother made a big thing of orange juice and stirred it up, put the pitcher in the fridge, said, well, he'll have that for breakfast.
When those schemes didn't work, Eden says her mom began laying the groundwork for a new plan.
So she told everybody at the lab that Dr. Bradford had been hitting her. But I know that was not true and that never happened.
On the morning of the murder, Priscilla asked for Eden's help.
She actually asked me to hit her to, quote, make it look like Dr. Bradford had hit her. My mother went in and reported to them that John had been beating her up. If I said or did anything contrary to what my mother wanted, I was afraid I'd have been hurt.
After filing the report, Priscilla, Joyce, and Janice all gathered at the Bradford home that afternoon.
My mother had called Dr. Bradford and said, come on home tonight, we'll talk things over, kind of want to make peace.
Eden says she hid in the bathroom. When John came home, the three women attacked him.
He was ambushed. He had not a clue what was going to happen to him when he walked through that door.
And I was so scared about what was going on, not knowing what was going to happen next.
Coming up, an innocent victim fears for her life.
If I'd have tried to stop it at that moment, I'd have been on the floor with him.
And later, a sting reveals the unthinkable.
They wanted to kill off witnesses. That's some of the whacked out things she had running through her head.
Investigators are horrified as 14-year-old Eden Bradford recounts the murder of her stepfather, Dr. John Bradford, at the hands of her mother and two of her employees.
I'd heard him come in. I'm hiding in the bathroom. And then I heard a thud. And I believe that he had already been hit, and that's when he fell down.
Eden tells investigators around 15 minutes later, Janice summoned her to the kitchen.
Janice says something to the effect that I have to come out and help them. The SOB won't die. My mother handed me the bottle capper, but she did instruct me to hit him. And I did 2, maybe 3 times. If I'd have tried to stop it at that moment, she definitely would have killed me too. No doubt about it.
Even as all 4 women took turns attacking John, he clung to life. That's when Eden says Priscilla called her mother Mildred.
My mother, in so many words, told her that Dr. Bradford was murdered and he wouldn't die, but my mother said that my grandmother told her over the phone to hit him until they think he's dead and then wait about 10 minutes before calling for an ambulance.
We know now that Priscilla, Janice, and Joyce had conspired to commit murder, and we felt that we had enough evidence to arrest them for murder.
On April 10th, 1980, 2 weeks after John's murder, Joyce is arrested at the lab. Priscilla and Janice are arrested later at Priscilla's home.
They didn't resist. They knew they were being charged with murder.
Priscilla was very subdued, not talkative at all. And it was just like, you got me. You know, the game's over.
I was told my mother had been arrested, and I immediately broke out crying. I still did not have a concept of I was never going to go home.
A few months after the arrest, detectives receive a shocking tip from Joyce's cellmate. She reveals that Joyce, Priscilla, and Janice came to her with an unexpected request.
While in jail, Priscilla, Janice, and Joyce asked her if she knew someone that could put a hit, meaning kill witnesses that were going to testify against them.
Stunned, the woman agreed, but instead, she went straight to the police.
The women are plotting to kill some of the key witnesses, and Priscilla wants to kill her own daughter.
All three women were in the same jail awaiting trial. They were able to converse with each other, so we knew that all three took part in it.
They wanted to kill off witnesses and people who were going to testify, including 2 detectives and his employees as well.
Investigators work with Joyce's cellmate to set up a sting.
We then set it up with this person in the jail to go back and tell them that we did know someone that could do the job. The payment for the job was going to be $2,000.
Joyce's cellmate tells her to have someone drop off the money in a phone booth so that the hitman can come and get it.
They had me drawing the cover as the hitman.
But when detectives see who Priscilla sent to drop off the money, they are in disbelief.
At the time, I was sitting outside this restaurant where the phone booth was, and I witnessed Priscilla's mother come out of the restaurant and place the money in the phone booth. After she went back inside, I went inside the phone booth and got the money and drove it to the police station. I was a little surprised that Mildred Hadley was involved, you know. As a matter of fact, I was a little angry.
Prosecutors add solicitation of murder to the charges against Priscilla, Joyce, and Janice. But they decide not to pursue charges against Mildred Hadley.
They weren't certain, given her age, if she even had the mental capacity to understand what she was doing and what she was being asked to do.
Unsure whether Priscilla will try again, detectives advise all of the witnesses to lay low.
The detectives even suggested that I didn't go anywhere until after the trial. I started looking over my shoulder all the time.
I felt fear, you know, because I already saw what she could do. And she had a way of getting people to do what she wanted. She scared the daylights out of me.
Coming up, Priscilla tries to make a deal.
She knew the game was over, but she wanted to keep from getting the electric chair.
But one accomplice takes a different approach.
Her whole life's about to be thrown away because she listened to this crazy woman.
Priscilla Bradford, along with her 2 co-conspirators, Janice Gould and Joyce Cummings, are behind bars. They are all awaiting trial for the brutal murder of Priscilla's husband, John. As prosecutors get ready for trial, they zero in on identifying Priscilla's motive.
She just wanted to cause chaos. She wanted that lab. She wanted money. She wanted prestige.
She was hell-bent on doing this guy in to try to eliminate him, not only from the business, but from life itself.
Priscilla used her money and her position to lure her accomplices into her plot.
Janice was single and was raising a small child. Joyce was on her own, and didn't have anyone to provide for her. And I think that the job at the lab gave them that stability.
The possibility of landing on death row proves too much for Priscilla and Janice. In August, they both plead guilty to John's murder.
Mrs. Bradford, she knew the game was over. Her daughter is a prime witness in this case. She wanted to work out some kind of a deal to keep from getting the electric chair or get the needle in the arm.
On August 4th, 1980, Priscilla and Janice are sentenced.
Priscilla and Janice both pled guilty, received life sentences each for the murder of John Bradford.
But Joyce chooses a different approach and takes her chances at trial.
Joyce, probably because of her youth, fought it and said, no, I'm going to trial. She's 18, 19 years old. Her whole life's about to be thrown away because she listened to this crazy woman. But she had a choice.
Eden takes the stand to testify against her mother's accomplice, which is all the jury needs to hear. On August 14th, Joyce is convicted of murder.
Joyce Cummings got 25 years to life, and for the solicitation, she got 15 years.
With all three women behind bars, 14-year-old Eden is left to pick up the pieces.
I was probably upset. I was probably sad that I'm probably never going to see my mother again. She was still my mother.
What she took away from Eden was her childhood, basically. And that's a crime in itself.
It's when my dad and stepmother realized, I think she's going to be staying here. They started making arrangements. And when I got away from her and realized it was a whole great big world out here and there was a lot of good in it.
In July 2007, Priscilla Bradford dies in prison.
She had developed a major lung infection that had spread. And so she was pretty much on life support. The last time I ever spoke with Priscilla was 4 days before she died. And she couldn't speak, but she knew I was there. She knew that it was me. John has been remembered as a good man, a great doctor, a wonderful relative. He loved his heritage. He loved where he was from. I think John